You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you and welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer and thanks for joining us on this Thursday morning live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Today is the day that friends and family of a Titusville teenager found dead on a cruise ship are saying their final goodbyes. The funeral for Anna Kepner, as still a lot of questions remain surrounding her death. We're going to get into that coming up in just a minute. I want to let you know, though, some of the other things that we are monitoring right now. First, let me give you a live look as a number of former presidents and other officials gather to say goodbye to former Vice President Dick Cheney. His funeral getting ready to begin shortly. We are also monitoring the House Select Committee on Property Taxes. They are discussing in Tallahassee the 8 proposals, many of them in different ways, eliminating, phasing out property taxes in the state of Florida. So we are monitoring that discussion as well. It's something we've been tracking for a while and throughout the week, especially here. So we will check in on that hearing in just a little bit. Also want to let you know around 11:30, we're expecting to hear from the Lieutenant Governor, who is in Oviedo, speaking with the Elder Affairs Secretary there. So we will get you there coming up in just a little bit as well. So a lot we are tracking this morning, but we do want to begin with the latest on the investigation into the death of Anna Kepner, the 18-year-old from Titusville who was found dead on a Carnival cruise ship. It's been nearly 2 weeks since that happened, and Fox 35 had the chance to speak over the phone with Anna Kepner's mother, Heather. Fox 35's Amanda Ruiz has more.
Well, it's not hard to believe that this mother is absolutely devastated. She told us the only thing that's keeping her hanging in there are the memories that she shares with her daughter, Anna. Now, it's been almost 2 weeks since Anna was found dead aboard of that cruise ship, and her mother, Heather Kepner, spoke to Fox 35 by phone. She currently lives in Oklahoma, and we will note that she has not seen Anna regularly in recent years. Heather did tell us, though, this is hitting her really hard. She said she will remember her daughter as joyful and compassionate, also as a teen who was always happy and loved cheering and horseback riding. She shared childhood photos of Anna, making sure to point out her daughter's smile in every single one of them. She now holds these photos and her memories extra close to her heart.
She was a really good child. I mean, she never really complained about much. She never cried that much as a baby. And as a teenager, she was the same. She was just always happy.
Now, in recent developments, new court documents from a civil divorce case between Anna's stepmother and her former husband allege the 16-year-old son of the stepmother could be a suspect. These documents are part of a custody dispute. The filings also reveal that it is believed an attorney has been hired to represent the teen. Now, the FBI has been investigating Anna's death, but again, no details have been released at this time. Her celebration of life will be taking place at the church right behind me. It will be at 5 p.m. and it is not open to the public.
And so still a lot of questions about the investigation. The FBI has been very quiet. In fact, the first words or first indication of a potential suspect in this case came from those documents that Amanda Ruiz referred to in that piece. So to help us to kind of make sense of all of this and break down this investigation and where things go from here is Lauren Cadillac, who is an attorney from Texas and a friend of Fox 35 News Plus. And Lauren, we appreciate you joining us. We always appreciate your perspective, and good to talk with you this morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
So I want to start here. I know this is a case that has been getting nationwide attention. And before I ask you to put on your attorney hat, just as an observer and as someone who is watching this, why are you following this case?
If I'm going to be truthful, it is it's a bit of a coincidence. I had been watching some documentaries about cruise ship issues, including one about COVID hitting the cruise ships. Personally, I don't like the deep ocean, and the idea of being stuck on a boat with 4,000 strangers is probably the worst nightmare I have. So anytime I hear about something happening on a cruise ship, I'm interested because truthfully, it supports my own biases, right? And when I heard about this one, I thought, oh, well, possibly, not every death is a murder or something that, some people have aneurysms, there's strokes, there's all kinds of reasons to just, cease to exist. And so I thought possibly that was the case here until I was watching your report yesterday, and I learned that is absolutely not the case, according to these civil family documents.
Now I want you to put your attorney hat on, and as an attorney, you're watching this case and you're seeing just so many different kind of elements at play here that make this an unusual and unique case in a lot of ways.
Absolutely. So, not only do you have the loss of a very young person, my understanding is she had just turned 18. It's not, she's very young. She's still in high school. So that's always going to be a bit odd, right? Most of us, we make it a little later than that, right? Then, in an interesting turn of events, and as we heard from the last reporter, this young lady is being raised in a blended family, right? Her own mother is in Oklahoma. She's living with her father in Florida. And we learned that the fathers, I don't know if they're married or if they're just living together, but the father's partner has her own children, and those children are subject to a family case there in Florida. And it's from there that we've been able to see that the teenage child, TH, who is 16, is in fact a person of interest in the FBI investigation.
And I want to get into those documents and kind of dive into that in just a minute. But the FBI has been very quiet on this, released very little information about this. And I'm wondering if you have any insight onto why it seems like we are getting no information whatsoever from officials about this.
That is because the FBI is made of true professionals. Okay, the FBI is well aware of the Constitution and the federal laws that go along that limit it, and the FBI holds their hat on standing by their professional standards. So typically in any type of investigation, you want to have a good idea of who your suspects are before you go out there and tell the world. That's because you could ruin someone's reputation. The court of public opinion is very volatile. So the FBI, being true professionals as they are, is keeping their case, keeping their details close to the chest. And when they have an actual, this is what happened type scenario to share with us, that is when we will see it. But we won't see any speculation ever come out of the FBI. We should not. Because again, these are true professionals who are held to a very high standard, and they live by that standard. And I think we've talked about federal prosecution before. If you're being come after by the feds, right, the FBI, the CIA, federal agencies, and you're charged with a crime in federal court, 9 times out of 10, you are guilty. They do not just charge willy-nilly. They don't just say, oh, well, you were nearby, so it had to be you. They don't build a case around who they think might be guilty. They go out, they find the facts, they let the facts tell them what happened. And by the time they're ready to charge you in federal court, it's open and closed. Like your defense is not going to look good for you.
At the same time, there are a lot of complex kind of legal issues at play here, not the least of which is that, this happened on a cruise ship in international water.
Yes. So you have jurisdictional issues. My understanding is the FBI has jurisdiction over American citizens when they're in international waters or in another country. So if someone goes, missing in Lebanon, the FBI would have the jurisdiction for that. Beyond just the international waters, and this is in fact a federal crime because it was in international waters, there is this issue in those family documents that the mom of TH, so the stepbrother, she tries to assert her Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. So what's interesting about that is each and every one of us has a Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. Even her son, TH, my 13-year-old has a right to remain silent. Everyone has that right. The issue, the legal issue that is really interesting is, can a parent claim that right for information they might know about the actions of a minor child? I don't know the answer to that. Like, I do not have the case law on that. I don't know Florida's stance on that. I don't know if that's ever been adjudicated. But my understanding of the Fifth Amendment is it only applies to you. Now, there are things like parental privilege and spousal privilege. And that is where a parent or a child can choose to not say something because it is privileged information between the parent and child. I did not see an assertion of parental privilege in these motions, but these motions are just to have the judge continue a hearing that's set for December into a later date after the FBI finishes their conclusion. The best argument made in these documents for that is one sentence and not well focused on, and that is it truly in the best interest of a minor to have their parents come to civil court with a totally different set of rules than criminal court and talk about that minor and that minor's possible conduct while an investigation about that minor's conduct is going on? That, in my opinion, is the best argument for this mother, Chantel, to not have to testify about her child's actions. But it's two sentences, and there's no assertion of parental privilege, and it's not these are not well developed. It's a motion for continuance. They're usually quite brief. It does appear that this continuance comes from the father of TH, whose name is Thomas, filing on November 17th an emergency motion. So we know that Anna was passed on the 7th. I believe they came back to shore on the 8th, which means Thomas, the dad, who was nowhere near the cruise ship, between the 8th and the 17th, hired, paid for, and had counsel write a motion and file it. That shows me as an attorney, there's quite a bit of urgency. Most folks come in, they see me, and maybe 90 days later, they hire me, right? This was all done within 9 days. That's extraordinary. That is very fast. And in these documents, it reveals that Thomas, the father, has hired counsel to defend TH, or maybe not defend, but to be with TH through this investigation period. That is interesting too. Although, I have many hats, right? I have a lawyer hat, I have a mom hat, and as a lawyer mom, I'm hiring an attorney for my kid if the FBI wants to talk to them. Even if they were just standing in a restaurant and saw someone get shot at, we're not talking to the government without counsel. So that isn't as glaring of a situation as the very, very little time it took for dad to find out about what might have happened on the cruise, hire counsel, and file these documents into the family case.
I do believe this was part of an ongoing thing, so he may have already had an attorney hired for that, but your point of the urgency, I think, still stands. You talk about this being a juvenile. That's another kind of wrinkle in all of this as well.
Absolutely. I am familiar with juvenile law in the state of Texas where I practice, and I'm going to assume much of it is similar in Florida. It is a very different system than the adult system. In Texas, it's half civil, half criminal. I'm not sure about Florida, but these are going to be federal charges because this happened on a boat in international waters. And when you're a 16-year-old, most of the time, the government is going to impugn on you that you knew better, and they'll try you as an adult.
I want to zero in on the civil proceedings and those documents that you were just talking about, because those are really, that has been the first and kind of only indication we've gotten that there is some sort of suspect in this case, in this investigation. Is it odd to see a revelation like that for a potential criminal case kind of come to light because of an unrelated civil case filing?
Yeah, absolutely. And whoever the FBI agents are that are monitoring the YouTube and the news, they saw your report yesterday, just like I did, Garrett. And they saw that I mean, maybe they already knew, but I can guarantee you that team of investigators over at the FBI is mad. Okay, because this reveals, like I said, the FBI, they're airtight. They're not going to come to you until they say, this is our whole case, right? They're not going to give you pieces of their case. They're going to present you the entire case. And here we have pieces of the case coming out in this civil matter because it is a minor child and the family court has jurisdiction over him. Now, this wouldn't have happened if mom and dad were married, right? Like if there was no family court jurisdiction or if there hadn't even been a dispute, we wouldn't really see documents like this. So the FBI kind of just got a, like not the greatest suspect, so to speak, because it's a child whose life is really not in their own hands. And so this type of thing could come out. I've never heard of anything like this happening before. I'm going to guess it has at one point in history. I mean, we've been a country for 250 years, but not ever in my conscious awareness of history has something like this happened. And quite frankly, it's unavoidable because he is a minor.
And so then what happens as that civil proceeding moves forward if the mother, like you said, can't necessarily invoke the Fifth Amendment right for her son and does have to testify? Could we hear some details of this potential criminal investigation come out in civil court?
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. That's why the best interest of the child has got to be the standard. Okay. Is it in the best interest of a child to have a parent who is intimately familiar with the events of a day that they've been charged with a possible crime to come have to speak about those in open court? I cannot imagine a judge in Florida or Texas who would say, oh yeah, that's absolutely in the best interest of the child, particularly when we know that this child is securely living with a family member that both parents have agreed to. So we know this child is in a safe environment, their health and safety is not at risk, but their freedom is. And so if the judge allowed mom and dad to get up there and talk, well, mom is probably the only one who knows about what happened on that cruise ship because she was on the cruise ship. And so if they allow her to reveal that information, those are court documents. Those are coming in the federal trial, if there ever is one, if he's ever indicted. So it could be so incredibly risky. And that is why mom is trying to stop it right now. She does not want to be put in a position where a judge either says, you tell me here in the civil courtroom or you go to jail. And if she says it in the civil courtroom, it might mean her son goes to jail. That is not a good position to be in as a parent. I wouldn't even know what I would do if I were in those shoes, but I know damn well I would not be testifying. So you might even see if the judge tries to force her to testify, her just say no. And, maybe go to court for contempt or stay in jail for contempt for a little while, because that is a better alternative than going on a court record and giving details that could lead to your child's prosecution.
So what happens next then in this, Lauren? What are you kind of watching for as we continue to kind of track this, and especially with all these kind of different facets to watch?
Well, I am very interested in terms of the legal stance that this judge takes on this continuance. I'm very interested to see if this judge forces that hearing. If the judge forces the hearing, I want to hear the hearing. I want to hear every second of that hearing. And I guarantee you FBI agents will be in that courtroom taking their notes. If the judge decides, no, this is not in the best interest of the child, let's put this off until the investigation's over, then we're just going to sit around and wait for the FBI to tell us what they believe happened.
What do you think is the most likely course of action for that judge, having kind of looked at those some of those arguments?
I don't know this judge. I don't know how they operate. Is it a judge? Is it the same judge that Sarah Boone had? Is there anything?
It is not. I know that. I don't know anything about
Okay.
the judge either.
Okay.
But what you're saying is it could depend on, there's not a cut and dry necessarily interpretation of how this might go down. It could depend on who the judge is and how they're looking at it.
And if we're going to be honest, their mood that day, if they had their coffee on time, that's kind of how things work in a civil courthouse. We expect judges to apply the law to facts, but sometimes in the civil court, we don't always necessarily see that. I didn't see anything in these motions citing any kind of case law. They obviously cite the Constitution, but that only applies to mom, not not mom talking about her son. So these motions are not super well written to go in and have a legal argument and win. I think based off that the lawyer who wrote these motions probably practices in this court and is aware that she doesn't necessarily need all of that case law. Just a good enough reason will get this continued.
All right, Attorney Lauren Cadillac, we appreciate you dialing in from Texas and joining us here today to talk about this case here on Fox 35 News Plus. I'm sure we will speak with you again about it as things continue to develop.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me. And a tragic incident. I'm sorry that we have to come back together this way. But I do hope that we see justice for Anna, and I'm happy to talk with you as we get there.
All right, Lauren, thank you. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. And Brooks, we've been enjoying all this sunshine we've been getting, but we know there's a lot of places that are dealing with pretty significant drought right now.
Yes, and it's shocking to me to see the U.S. map and see just the extent of drought. Now, drought is classified as incipient drought, like early drought, and that's yellow in the coloration of the map we're going to take a look at. And there's at least a 70 to 80% coverage of that around the country. And moderate drought, well, that's when you really get into like real drought conditions, and that's encompassing upwards of 40 to up to 50%, depending on where you are in the country. I mean, just looking at it, eyeballing it, you can see that there's seemingly more areas classified under drought conditions than not. And so you may think, well, what's going on? Well, out west, they've been dealing with drought for decades. It's like this shift that's happened, and and it's probably going to remain so for quite some time. But here across Florida and across the Northeast, the drought has been significant, and it's growing a lot despite recent rains. You remember a couple of weeks ago we had the unexpected, really insane flooding around Eustis and also Titusville, parts of Brevard County. That hasn't done much to stave off the drought in Florida. While the Orlando area is not in drought, Tampa is, Fort Myers is, and especially Tallahassee. Tallahassee is ranking in the worst kind of drought, the exceptional drought. That's worse than extreme drought. So drought is going to be something that is going to be in the weather story for quite some time, because we're now facing 5 months of the dry season. And it'll be a dry season this winter that's amplified by the La Nina pattern. That's when the waters off of Ecuador are colder than normal. There's a weird, it's called a teleconnection, but it tends to push the storm track here in Florida farther north than normal, and essentially steals away the otherwise really valuable moisture we'd need to keep things not totally dry. So it's going to be a drier winter than normal with La Nina, and also now we're going into winter with a drought. It's not good. Usually if you have like dry season related drought, that doesn't really present till like late February, March. But here we are already with it because of just the overall conditions. So this is one of those signals where we may be looking at an extensive drought come this spring. And as I mentioned, Orlando's exempt from this at this time, but our dry pattern continues with high pressure over the Gulf and Florida through at least the middle of next week, which will take us into Thanksgiving, which will feature more of the same beautiful conditions, sunshine with low 80s, but no rain. In fact, it would take over a foot of additional rain in addition to what we normally get over the next 6 months to make this drought go away. And that's probably not going to happen unless we get a tropical system. That's not going to happen either, because here we are just, what are we at right now? Yeah, we're 10 days away from the end of the hurricane season. It's November 20th, and there's nothing out there brewing, so it's effectively over. Now for Thanksgiving, we may catch a weather system bringing in a cold front, which could result in some rain as cold air tries to work southward out of Canada, and that high pressure center tries to hold it back. It looks like ultimately the cold air will win once we get into Black Friday and end of the day Saturday. That's not this weekend, but next weekend. It looks like it'll be briefly cooler before it warms up again with more high pressure and more dry weather, pretty typical of La Nina. But this is also a pattern by the way, the Midwest may get a pretty significant severe weather outbreak once we get into maybe the end of the first week of December. We've had some pretty historic tornado outbreaks this time of year in areas like Kentucky. If you remember Mayfield, Kentucky, that was December 11th a couple of years ago. So hopefully we won't see that again, but this would be one of those setups where it would be conducive for that. As far as our weather goes for Thanksgiving, I mentioned that would be our next weather maker, which is about 7 days away. And models indicate that there's going to be a front in the general vicinity of the southeast. Its progression toward Florida, as far as how far it makes it, is not yet known, but at least it would place us in the really unstable part of the setup, where we'd probably see some at least passing showers, if not thunderstorms, and then the front would push through maybe Thursday night into Friday. The timing will develop as we get closer to it, but that's our next weather maker, and it looks like it's going to happen just in time for the holiday. Well, it's 72 degrees outside of the beach. Beautiful beach day. The water's blue at Daytona. Downtown, we're already warming up. We're going to see temperatures in the 80s within the next hour or so. 83 degrees will be the high today at 3 o'clock, and then we'll cool into the lower 70s by dinner time. It's just going to be one of those really special days. Beautiful afternoon. The weather will feel great. And then I'll lead up to a really fine launch this evening. Weather should not be an issue for the Falcon 9, set to blast off at 10:21 p.m. from the spaceport there. It's a Falcon 9 on Launch Complex 39A, bringing more Starlink satellites onto orbit. Something like 45,000 Starlink satellites planned for the Starlink constellation before it's complete. So many hundreds of more launches to go. 25 satellites at a time. 84 in Winter Haven today, 83 in Sanford, and we're looking at a 7-day forecast featuring complete serenity. In fact, this may be the nicest, most consistent 7-day forecast of the year, with a high temperature around 83 degrees just about every day for the next 7 days. Wednesday is the eve of Thanksgiving, and it looks like on Thursday, a week from today, we may start to see some rain develop. So at least for friends and family coming into town, they should have no problems, and it's going to be a lot to sort of flex and say, yeah, this is why we love Florida.
Yeah.
This isn't Cleveland, is it?
Consistent and consistently beautiful over the next week. We love the looks of that.
It really will be nice. But at what cost? The cost of drought. But it's that time of the year. It's really interesting to see those trends, to see the extremes as far as that goes.
Yeah, and especially heading into a drier period, it's not necessarily a great sign.
That's not good for us. Yeah, the Northeast may recover from it. The Midwest may recover from it over the winter with the storm track.
Right.
But for us, it's probably not going to be a good thing heading into the springtime.
All right, Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, we appreciate you joining us.
You got it. My pleasure. Thanks, Garrett.
We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you to Fort Myers right now, where Greg Kehoe, who you see here, the U.S. Attorney for the Middle District of Florida, holding a news conference right now announcing charges in a federal fraud investigation. This was a Naples businessman who investigators say was misleading folks. He was a currency trader, investor, and entrepreneur. He's now charged with wire fraud, filing false tax returns, and a number of other federal charges as well. Let's go ahead and listen in live right now from Fort Myers.
Victims and victim investors to lose a substantial amount of their money because he never invested in technically startups. He invested in currency trading where he lost a significant amount of money over time. And how did he cover his tracks? He covered his tracks by, after losing the money, he would bring in new investors, and in a Ponzi-type-like arrangement, he would take the money that he got from new investors to pay off the old investors to give people the appearance that the investment was, in fact, pulling back the rate of return that he promised, which was completely incorrect. So he was hiding his losses by using a Ponzi scheme and also with the false monthly statements. Where did the money go? Well, of course, as we mentioned, he lost quite a significant amount of the money in his currency trading. But he also used a significant amount of money for his own personal benefit. And if you look through counts 6 to 9 in the indictment, that reflects various of the ways he spent it on his personal expenses. For instance, he spent $12,500 on his own personal rent. In one transaction, he spent $25,000 on jewelry. In another transaction, he spent $40,000 on a private jet. In another transaction, he bought a Ferrari for his own person and paid in excess of $165,000 for a Ferrari, all using investor money. It goes without saying these investors never agreed that their money could be or would be used in a Ponzi scheme type arrangement to pay off new investors, and they certainly didn't agree that the monies that they would be used would be to pay for his personal expenses and his personal lifestyle. Mr. Seaman was taken into custody this morning. He faces a significant period of incarceration. He has an initial appearance in this courthouse this afternoon, and he will be prosecuted for the full extent of the law for this extensive fraudulent scheme that went on for approximately 4 years here in the Middle District of Florida and elsewhere. If you have any questions, I'll be gladly take them.
Is this related to the 2023 charges by the Securities and Exchange Commission?
It is. This is they started an investigation on a civil level with individuals. We continue the investigation to move into the criminal level to examine and go into exactly the false statements and allegations that Seaman made to investors. And we went yet further to go into what exactly Seaman spent that money on, such as the Ferrari, the jewelry, etc.
And for the victims, you talked a little bit about that. What was he targeting, an age range? Do we know who he was targeting, and have all victims been notified?
Well, did he know he was targeting? Yes, he did know he was targeting. He used the church down in the Naples area called Grow Church. Many of the investors that were there that he spoke to over time, not all of them elderly, some of them were, and had dipped into their retirement accounts to pay these monies to Seaman. So yes, he knew these people, and then he used word of mouth to garner these people. And then of course he also used these people to say, look, I've guaranteed your investment, and your investment has been paying off, when in truth and in fact what he was doing is using new victims' money to pay off the old victims.
Curious to know if we can expect more indictments. Did he work alone? Were there co-conspirators? What can we expect in the future?
Well, what I can tell you is that there are numerous people that are involved and were involved in this on various different levels. There were numerous limited liability corporations, LLCs, that are listed in the indictment, many of whom were run by multiple people. That investigation continues. Where that's going to go at this point, I can't tell you, but I will tell you this, that the investigation is not over.
How did this come to light? What was the tipping point to where people began to realize it was fraud?
It's an interesting question that you ask, because we had a very, very astute IRS agent who noted a few things on individuals' license plates, not the least of which is the Mr. Beeman. And he ran several license plates and realized these people had, tax deficiencies and potential tax fraud, began to look into it and called the FBI. And the FBI was taking complaints from investors at approximately the same time. And it was a convergence of a relationship. And since that convergence, the FBI and the IRS have been working this thing together. So it's funny you ask that question, how these matters come to the fore, but that's how it happened. It just was a relationship that worked. And
When did that?
several years ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's been that long.
Well, one of the issues in any type of financial investigation, unlike a reactive case, we get a reactive case on the street that is very easy to see what a person did and didn't do and then arrest the person. In a financial case, it's a document review. After the document review, it's an analysis by any number of people of those documents. Then you take that in conjunction with the people who actually made the investments, what their expectation level was. It's an examination, for instance, of the promotional material that Seaman put out, where he's talking people that, and one of them for Acanito Equity 2, he told his investors he was going to guarantee 2.5% monthly on a monthly basis. Those types of things. So, and there are multiple investment vehicles here. All of them were fraudulent, and most of them were fraudulent, I should say. So you piece together all that information, but you have to piece together the financials, and that takes a bit of time.
U.S. Attorney Greg Kehoe speaking live right now in Fort Myers, announcing an investigation into a Naples businessman who is now facing federal charges. We are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Want to get you live to Oviedo right now, Legacy Point, a retirement community there, where Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins is talking about Operation Senior Shield. This is an initiative that he unveiled earlier this week. In fact, we took that news conference live during our 2 o'clock hour, Florida Live. It's an effort to fight scams and financial exploitation of seniors, with scam alerts, a statewide fraud strike team, and also some education and prevention initiatives. Let's go ahead and listen in live as the Lieutenant Governor speaks right now in Seminole County.
Thank you for being here. We have Sally Sagerston. And Sally, how are you? You know, she's incredibly brave, and she's going to share a little bit about her experiences in this. And I want to highlight her because it's important. There's no shame in talking about what happened. There's nothing wrong with this. There isn't. When people take advantage of you, we have to share that information. We have to learn to protect others. And I'm incredibly proud of your courage to come out here and share your story, to talk about it, because you're going to help protect other people simply by using your voice. Thank you for doing that. Today is an important step forward in protecting our Florida seniors. We're launching Operation Senior Shield, and I want to be absolutely clear. It's not just a program. It's a continuation of a mission, protecting those things we love. When Secretary Branham first briefed me on the sheer number of seniors losing thousands and thousands of dollars, sometimes their entire life savings, it hit me hard. It did. Because those aren't just numbers. Those are people. That could be my family, my neighbor's family. In the military, we're taught to not just sit back when you see people being targeted. You move toward the problem. You take action. And that's exactly why we're launching this. The SHIELD method and model is important because I want people to know that just as I did when I was in the military, when I stepped between people who had ill will for our nation and our American people, that's what we're doing in the state of Florida. We are going to protect our people. We will stand between you and them and protect you. That is our goal, that is our mission, and that is what we should be doing. Our seniors built our state. They deserve protection, respect, peace of mind. We're committed to doing that. Operation Senior Shield provides timely text and email alerts so no older adults and caregivers are left without information. They can stay ahead of the scammers. When a new threat emerges or appears, Floridians will know what it is before it hits, before the scammers get to their door, their inbox, or their phone. That's how we have to stay alert, stay informed, and stay secure. And in that, you heard it's not just about the seniors. It's about the people around them. It's about being a hard target, not a soft target. People are going to come after this. We have to give you tools to protect you, your loved ones, and yourself. Signing up is simple. It takes less than a minute. Just visit opseniorshieldfl.com. Again, that is opseniorshieldfl.com to start receiving alerts today. Now, I encourage everyone, seniors, caregivers, family members, to stay enrolled, stay informed, but that's just the beginning. You know, we did a press conference 2 days ago, It's all kind of Groundhog Day right here. We do a lot of these things, right? And since that time, we've had over 1,000 people sign up. People are excited because it provides hope. It does. It lets you know that somebody cares, somebody is willing to step into that breach to protect you, and we hear your worries, we hear your concerns, and we're going to do something about it. Today, we're creating a statewide task force dedicated to fighting fraud against Florida's Floridians. This group will bring together law enforcement, cybersecurity experts, community partners, and state leaders to share intelligence, raise awareness, and take this issue head on with whatever urgency it demands. We're approaching this the same way we would any coordinated threat: strategy, teamwork, and relentless focus. We're adding something innovative, something I'm incredibly excited about. We're giving seniors the tools to fight back, backed by a statewide strike team that works around the clock to stop criminals before they strike. This team will be comprised of myself, Secretary Branham, law enforcement, and leading cybersecurity experts and ethical white side hackers. We're going to teach you how they work. We're going to help you soft knock digitally on their door, and we're going to do all we can to find accountability for those who do this. With guidance from ethical hackers, cybersecurity experts, seniors will walk through those exact methods. They'll learn how these schemes work from the inside, see the red flags firsthand, and practice those techniques. It's important to understand what they're doing so you can tell your friends, so you can understand. It's not just education, it's empowerment. This gives seniors confidence. It gives them control. It gives them the ability to recognize a scam instantly and shut it down before it ever starts. You know, I've spoken to many seniors who have gone through this, including some just a couple of days ago, and it was shocking, and it breaks my heart that they felt ashamed, they felt taken advantage of, and they felt like if they didn't do this and go along with it, what if somebody found out? What would happen? Guys, that has to stop. We're going to stand up for you. We will stand alongside you. Never feel discouraged, alone, or afraid if these people do it to you. We have to work together. I want to thank Secretary Branham for her leadership, her fierce dedication. She's listened to story after story after story every single day. She has pushed tirelessly for strong, practical solutions to protect our seniors. Her work is the exact reason we're able to launch this today. She is the guiding force behind this. I am grateful to call her a friend, and I'm grateful to have her leadership. And each of you should know that you have a friend in Michelle. You do. She is here to protect you. I want to thank our governor, Ron DeSantis, for his steadfast support in making this initiative possible. There are many governors who talk. There are very, very, very few who get things done. We are incredibly blessed to have a bold leader willing to step in, step up, and get things done to protect our people. That is what we need. That is what we expect. And now, we just need more of you to join us. Help us help you. Again, that sign up is opseniorshieldfl.com. Share it with your family, your neighbors, your church groups. The more people who are informed, the fewer opportunities these scammers are going to have. Together, we're going to protect our seniors. We will strengthen our defense. We'll build a state where scammers think twice, because we will help find them accountable prior to them trying to prey on any of you. Thank you for being here. God bless our seniors. God bless the great state of Florida. And God bless these United States.
We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you live to Washington National Cathedral, where former President George W. Bush is speaking right now, eulogizing his former Vice President, Dick Cheney, at his funeral. Let's go ahead and listen in here.
Exceeded his ego. Even before the Cheney name reached the national stage, people always saw something in the man, solid, reliable, and rare. One of the first to really notice was Lynn Vincent. She can recall a time in their college years when Dick, as he freely admitted, lacked direction and needed some straightening out. I think we had that in common. That was Lynn's kind of project, and it did not take her long. He said many times that his life would have turned out a whole lot different if he had never met her. It may explain how in just over a decade, a guy can go from laying transmission lines outside Cheyenne to serving as chief of staff of the President of the United States. In Dick's telling, those years working for Gerald Ford were special and formative. He cherished the association, and the high regard went both ways. In his memoir, President Ford described Dick's steadiness, his low-key style, and his absolute loyalty. I know exactly what he meant. These are not traits easy to come by in Washington. Being calm, reticent, undramatic, and untrustworthy are not everyone's formula for success in politics. But they were the Cheney way, and they worked. I'm reminded of a renowned senator who once gave this advice to a junior colleague. Perhaps he said you could occasionally allow yourself the luxury of an unexpressed thought. Dick Cheney was like that, sparing and measured with words. In a profession that attracts talkers, he was a thinker and a listener. And when he did speak up, conveying thoughts in that even tone of voice, that orderly, unexcitable manner, you knew you were getting the best of a highly disciplined mind. No colleague, no legislator, no foreign leader who ever met Dick Cheney ever doubted that they were dealing with a serious man. Of course, not every political counselor is cut out to be a political candidate. But Dick Cheney put himself to the test and never lost an election. In fact, it happens that he and I both ran for Congress in 1978. And let me just say the Republican wave didn't reach West Texas that year. He told me a few times what it's like to campaign in Wyoming. Lots of small gatherings and long drives. It's easy to imagine the impression that young Dick Cheney made when he was asking for the vote. I wish more Americans got to know Dick Cheney the way the folks in Casper, Cody, and Laramie got to know him. Smart and polished, without airs. Courteous and approachable, seeing everyone as an equal, a gentleman by nature, and a true man of the West. Dick was funny and easygoing in a style that his public image never caught up with. Though we can all agree he wasn't your standard issue politician. If any voters came hoping for a kind word and a hug, they'd have to settle for the kind word. But you can't question the appeal of the only person from America's Mountain West ever elected to national office. On that score, history should record that I chose my vice president not once, but twice. In 2004, he offered to step aside in case I wanted to replace him. I thought about it for a while, but after 4 years of seeing how he treated people, how he carried responsibility, how he handled pressure and took the hits, I arrived back at the conclusion that they do not come any better than Dick Cheney. Colleagues from every chapter of his career will tell you that he lifted the standards of those around him just by being who he was. So focused and so capable. In our years in office together, on the quiet days and on the hardest ones, he was everything a president should expect in his second in command. In moments of testing, Dick Cheney was the model of concentration, alertness, and composure. His memoir was titled My Time. His time produced an old breed of public servant, defined by their substance and character. This was a vice president totally devoted to protecting the United States and its interests. There was never any agenda or angle beyond that. You did not know Dick Cheney unless you understood his greatest concerns and ambitions were for his country. Across 40 years, his service was consistent, faithful, and noble. All in all, not a bad showing for a career and a life, especially when you consider his sheer physical endurance. As Dr. Rayner pointed out, he became an authority on cardiovascular disease and a marvel at what resourceful doctors and one very determined patient can accomplish. Dick had faced down fears and hardships, but he really didn't speak about them. The reward was more of a life than he ever expected, including 7 grandchildren to complete the picture. One of them, Richard, even asked his grandfather to attend kindergarten class for a show and tell. I wish I'd have been there. As a matter of fact, the teacher told Dick that was the most exciting show and tell since the morning a little girl brought her cow to class. That might have been amongst Dick's last moments in the spotlight. In his final years, he was content to go his way. At a rare public appearance in 2022, he offered a kind of parting reflection. He said, when you can look back on a lifetime in politics and government, and what you value most are the friendships, then I guess you've done all right. A lot of us know that feeling as we say an affectionate farewell to the 46th Vice President of the United States. It's something to be cherished when a man of his caliber has been your colleague and friend. The son of Wyoming, son of Marjorie and Richard Cheney of Casper, went far in this world and in our own lives left a very fine mark. We are grateful for his good life, we honor his service, and we pray that somewhere up the trail we will meet him again.
President George W. Bush eulogizing his friend and former colleague, the former Vice President Dick Cheney, as that funeral continues at Washington National Cathedral. We are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you back to Oviedo and this news conference about Operation Senior Shield, where we're hearing from law enforcement talking about the importance of these efforts. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
This great nation, and you surround yourself with people that are better and stronger than you, key to success. God bless America, and God bless you. Thank you.
You see what I was talking about, don't you? Isn't he incredible? Great leader for our state. So, Bobby, you get to follow that. I think you're going to be great. But, you know, it's interesting when we talk about a life of service. And people who grow up in the sheriff's office go out and learn and hone and gain new skills and talents, and they bring them right back home here to protect the things he loves, the things he's passionate about. Guys, that's an incredible story in and of itself. It is. Somebody who wants to protect the things in his community, the people who are most valuable to him. He learns those talents and those skills and applies them here at home. It's a really incredible story, Bobby. I look forward to getting to know you more, and I would love to have you come up here and share some of your expertise and passion for protecting those people who are most vulnerable. Thank you for joining us.
Appreciate the invite up here today to speak. The things that it's contagious is the passion that the sheriff has. Sheriff Hardwick has a passion for helping people, and it's contagious. And I have a passion for this also. That's why I'm still doing it. The things that they've been talking about, everything's true. But the thing we're going to have to do to be able to slow down what we're doing, because we can't stop fraud. It's been there for years. It's always going to be there. But we can educate the public. And that's one thing that I brought to the sheriff at one point, and I asked him, I'd like to be able to do these public speaking events and talk to the public and teach them how to protect yourself and from the scams. And he said, go for it. And he let me do it. And I've been doing it a lot in St. Johns County. But this is something that needs to be done nationwide, here in Florida and nationwide. It needs to be done everywhere. We need to educate the public, and there's ways to do it through social media and everything, but public speaking is the way I do it. And I'll get with church groups. I'll get with the retirement communities such as we're in here today. And if I can fill rooms, that's what I want to do. And if I have one person to talk to, I'm going to talk to him if it's only one person, because it's a passion. And I'd rather talk to them beforehand than talk to them after they've lost everything that they've had. I just had a case the other day. And unfortunately, it's a sad case because there's nothing I can do about it at this point. The person was scammed out of $489,000. And through the scam, they were talked into buying gold and then turning over the gold to a courier. And when that's gone, it's gone because it can't trace it. And if I had nothing to go on, no tags, no identifications, nothing, no description. It's an unfortunate thing, but it happens every day all over the place. It's been eye-opening because as a Secret Service agent, I worked bigger cases. And then from there, I left and went to a financial institution and worked for about 4 years as their fraud manager. And that was eye-opening because I saw all the little fraud cases that were happening. And it was through one financial institution. But it's happening, you have all these other financial institutions, it's happening everywhere. And the financial institutions are doing the best they can too, but what we have to do too is federally, is we need to change some of the regulations that are out there to be able to help the law enforcement and the banks and the financial institutions, credit unions or whatever, work together and work faster. Because the fraudsters, bad guys, whatever you want to call them, bad actors, they have a way and they know what we can and can't do. And they know our weaknesses. And they layer things to where it takes us time through subpoenas and through processes to get the information we need to chase down the money. Because if my goal is, if I can't get the bad guy, which I'd like to, and that's my main goal, but at least get the funds back as fast as I can for the victims. But there's so many different kind of scams out there, and I could sit here and talk for hours on it. Well, I know we don't have that much time, but it's just a matter of we have to work together and as a team, because the organized crime is very organized and they work together. So we're going to have, that's the only way we can beat them is to work faster and better together.
So Bobby, what I heard is how voice will travel. I have lots of stuff that we can work on together here. So thank you for your passion. Thank you for your leadership, and just thank you for your dedication to taking care of those in our community. It matters. So last, but certainly not least, we have Sally, Miss Sally, who's going to come up here. And again, I want to say it's incredibly courageous for you to share your story. I hope this empowers other people to do the same, Miss Sally. Please come on up.
I'm not a speaker, and I'll do my best. I will tell you my story. I was looking for a small loan of $1,500, and I went online, and I thought I found a good company that would loan me the money. And of course, I made an application out. I put my Social Security number in, my bank account, and all my information, and that was fine. The next day, I got a call, and they said, "You've been approved, and once you're approved, we'll call you with the instructions." The next day, the gentleman called me back, and he said to me, "I want you to take your bank card, and I want you to go to Walmart, and I want you to put it in a kiosk, and we'll load the money on the card." And I said, I have never, ever heard of Walmart loading loans on a kiosk, and I don't believe you. And he hung up right away. And I thought, okay, I've made a mistake. And I thought it was done. The next day, my bank calls me and says, "We just received a $1,500 check from a bank in California, and the bank is real, but the routing and the account number doesn't exist." And I said, okay, please disregard it, and they did. If I had put that money, if the bank had put the money into my account, I'm liable for it through the bank, and I would have to pay them back. I was fortunate that the bank was on top of my accounts. These scammers are so smooth and so relentless that they can talk you into anything. And they will either get into your accounts and take withdrawals, they will take credit cards, they will take loans, and they will just ruin your whole life. And it may take months and years to get your information straightened out. So please, please let everybody know and be careful. I was on the internet, and I've learned not to believe everything that's on the internet. So please be careful, and I don't want anyone go through what I did. Thank you.
Well, Ms. Sally is dropping words of wisdom there at the end as well. Do not believe everything you read on the internet, right? I love that. That's a mic drop moment to walk off on. Great job. Great job. So as we close this out, guys, thank you first and foremost for being here. It's incredibly important. These type of moments matter, where we make a choice to do something important or to just sit there and run our jaws. We can make a difference doing things like this. You heard the passion, the dedication, and the focus from our men and women in law enforcement, from our Secretary of Elder Affairs, my friend Michelle. But that dedication exists throughout the state of Florida, throughout law enforcement, because we do want to do the right thing. We're here to protect you, to stand and deliver for our people. So thank you again for being here. We look forward to making a difference together. And I want to take a few questions from the press, if you have any. So appreciate the question. Just for clarity, it doesn't have to be on this single subject. You can ask what you want. So I'm not going to speak for the details on this because I don't have them in front of me. So in specific cases like this, I need the details laid out, and then we can talk specifics. But if it is something that affects our people and it's a lesson we can all learn from, I suspect there'll be involvement, at least in that regard. But I don't want to voluntold someone to be a part of something they shouldn't be. Let's provide details. Happy to talk with you offline, and then we can talk in more specifics. Make sense? All right, thank you. Anybody else? All right. Put that on the record. I asked for questions. The media said no. Okay, just saying. All right, y'all. Thank you for being here. Incredibly proud of what our team has put together. Thank you, and God bless.
Lieutenant Governor Collins wrapping up a news conference in Oviedo at the Legacy Point at UCF, a retirement community there. We heard the story of Sally and how her close call with being scammed, and heard from Lieutenant Governor Collins talking about Operation Senior Shield, a statewide initiative to fight scams and financial exploitation of seniors who are targeted more and more. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we still have got a lot to get to, so keep it here on Fox Local and on YouTube.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here. I want to get you to Tallahassee. This is the House Select Committee on Property Taxes, as they are looking at some changes to property taxes, the potential phase out or even a full elimination of property taxes in the state of Florida. Hearing some public comment right now, I believe on HB 215, which is the one bill of the 8 proposals. 7 of them are House joint resolutions, which would be constitutional amendments that would end up on your ballot. This is House Bill 215, which would essentially require a 2/3 vote for millage increases and also allow newly married couples to combine their Save Our Homes benefit. So let's go ahead and listen in live in Tallahassee as this meeting continues.
When we think of taxes, many economists will tell you there's 3 sources: wealth, work, goods and services. Here in Florida, we don't really have, we eliminated the wealth tax. We used to have a tax called the intangibles tax, and that was phased out and was eliminated. That took billions out of state coffers. Home ownership is kind of a wealth tax, but there's disagreement from economists exactly how we would classify that. Work, Florida has no income tax. We know that. Goods and services, we tax that through the sales and use tax. As a matter of fact, that makes up 78 to 80% of the state operating budget. Also makes up significant portions where they have additional penny additions to their sales tax at the county level. So that means Florida is the second most regressive tax state in the nation. And in actuality, working people actually pay a much higher effective tax rate than millionaires, billionaires, and big corporations. So, we have a corporate income tax. 1% of corporations pay it. Nobody pays it. We exempt more than we collect. We have over $500 million in sales tax exemptions. And when you look at the reasons for those exemptions, some of them make sense, food, medicine, but some of them are just because the right lobbyist was here at the right time and got an exemption for the right business owner. And when we go back and we look at the handbook and we look at the list, I mean, there's a sales tax exemption for ostrich feed because we thought we were going to be the next ostrich capital of the country because they eat it. I don't think I would eat that. And just recently, the legislature decided to squirrel away $750 million to put into a reserve fund. And on the ballot, at the same time that any proposal that makes it out of this process will be on the ballot, we're going to be asking the voters to take $750 million off the table each and every year and not spend it, but put it in a fund. The state has so many resources that it can collect to help Florida's working families and perhaps find ways to alleviate the need for property taxes, but we just don't do it. And throughout this conversation today, we've been talking about working Floridians. We've been talking about all these people that we're trying to help, and I respect that greatly. But what about everybody that doesn't own a home? Aren't they working Floridians? What do they get out of this? If you look at the United Way ALEC report, and this is one that I talk about a lot, it's a great resource. Currently, almost 50% of all Florida households are considered working poor. Almost 50% of our families are struggling. They don't own homes. So what do they get out of this? Diminished services, poorer communities, diminished infrastructure. My question, what I would like you to think about, and I so appreciate the chair's comments about this is just the beginning of a process. But as you move through the process, maybe think in a different way. Instead of just eliminating property taxes, and I know that people care about it, but it's not that big. We did a poll of union members and households just a few months ago. That's a population of 1.3 million. We did an N700 poll. It was a really good poll. And one of the things we asked, what are the most important critical issues to you in the state of Florida? Number one is healthcare access. Because, in return for all those taxes we don't collect, we're at the bottom of the nation in access to healthcare for children, right? We're at the bottom of basically every social indicator because we don't collect any taxes, so we don't spend any money. But access to healthcare was first, insurance was second, homeowners insurance was second, and way down, and those were 86 and 84% respectively. Way down at the bottom was property taxes, 2%. So the people I represent, and I also got to say, as this process, if we could somehow provide more clarity, because right now I represent thousands of municipal employees who aren't sleeping at night. They're terrified about what might come out of this process because they could lose their jobs. So as the process moves forward, if we could give a little bit more certainty into this is the direction we're going, because I'm getting calls every day and I say, look, I watch the Florida channel just like you. So please consider all of these other options. There are so many other ways that we can provide and better provide for the needs and the services of the people of Florida than just an easy one-size-fits-all fix of wiping out significant portions of our property taxes. Mr. Chairman, thank you for your indulgence. That was very kind. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for not speaking until one bill. I appreciate that, sir. N.R. Hines, Florida Rising, is waving in opposition. Fire Chief Trip Bars, Florida Fire Chiefs Association, is here on a informational. Jeff Scala, Florida Association of Counties, is an opponent, and he wishes to speak on this particular one. Sir, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Jeff Scala, again, with the Florida Association of Counties, representing Florida's 67 counties and county commissioners. And again, as we discussed earlier, we do want to thank everyone on the committee, the chairman in particular, for engaging with our members at their delegation meetings throughout this whole process and in the development of the baseline information that is our Florida property tax system. Of course, you heard from EDR's Amy Baker, your chief economist here in the state of Florida, and talked about the reliance on property tax. You heard from DOR about the full picture, which would include school property taxes. And you heard from other local governments, including counties, from county governments representing small, fiscally constrained, medium-sized counties, and counties that are facing crises in responding to emergency relief using their general fund dollars as obligated funds. And you heard from large counties that have very unique responsibilities that differ from some of our smaller counties. And in that report, we talked about what those state mandates look like. Those are things that are in the Constitution, they're in the statutes. And I want to go through a list of those because it's important to note that each of these are core responsibilities for public safety and community well-being. Those include the sheriff's funding for sheriffs, their entire departments, operating and capital cost, and the jail. Of course, the bill contemplates that we need to fund those, and we would agree. Public safety is our #1 expenditure statewide. We have to fund disaster planning, response and recovery for disasters as well. We have to oversee our emergency medical services and fire with general fund revenue that comes from ad valorem taxes. We have to provide funding due to state mandates on the juvenile detention system. We have to fund other aspects of our court systems. In public health, we have to fund many countywide public health programs, including reimbursing participating hospitals that provide indigent care. Counties have to fund a portion, a county portion. We're one of 9 states that has to fund a portion for Medicaid, again, from general fund revenue. Funding on the disposition of unclaimed bodies, again, general fund revenue. Funding for the cost of the medical examiner, another county responsibility. We have to provide for the disposal of solid waste generated in our county and have a plan for that. Again, general fund revenue. Funding for the construction and maintenance of county roads, bridges, tunnels, sidewalks, and other transportation facilities. While we cannot rely solely from gas taxes, from impact fees to pay for growth, we also rely on general fund revenue. Constructing the facilities of our constitutional officers, the property appraiser, the tax collector, the clerk, the supervisor, and the sheriff, as I've already mentioned. There are environmental responsibilities. There are many regulatory responsibilities as it relates to the environment on compliance with BMAPs, TMDLs, beach renourishment, stormwater management. We have to plan for growth through our comp planning and zoning. Again, general fund revenue. We provide for elections. And each year, you all pass a bill relating to the Florida retirement system. Well, nearly all county employees are participants in FRS. That is an unfunded mandate, and that unfunded liability is one of a few portions of the growth in spending each year that are through mandates. Again, general fund revenue. And of course, our people, and that includes the people who work for the county government, but also those constitutional officers, all of which are components of Florida's, community well-being, public safety. The thing is, when we talk about changes to the property tax equation, and that's something that we've talked about, the left side of the equation, we have the tax base, and we have the tax rate. And that equals, on the right side of the equation, our revenue, which includes general fund revenue, or ad valorem revenue, which is the predominant portion statewide of the general fund. And then we have to fund these county responsibilities. The problem is that equation doesn't balance.
Landing, please?
I'll do my best, sir.
Thank you, sir. We're about 5 minutes in, so thank you.
All of these things erode local fiscal capacity. Property tax is the only constitutionally enshrined local revenue source. People want local dollars invested in their local communities, and that is what property taxes dollars are. They're raised locally, invested locally, and managed locally. All of these proposals shrink the tax base. They will shift the burden to renters and businesses, which will lead to a forced millage rate millage rate hike, or service reductions. And of course, we don't have those implementing bills that'll tell us what those look like. We even had one sponsor of a bill admit that this will lead to service fee increases, that fees for services for those truly discretionary functions like libraries, like parks, will have to have fee increases. We heard about the discussion about local governments operating like a business. Businesses can fail. There are certainly, we can look at population growth. We can look at the cost of construction. Population growth over 6%, cost of construction 35%, CPI over the last few years 22%. There's over $300 billion in new construction. But my question is, businesses can fail, but can the people fail? Unfortunately, this proposal in particular is a fiscal crisis by design. The Florida Association of Counties is committed to protecting the integrity, functionality, and fairness of Florida's property tax system. FAC recognizes the growing disconnect between market values and taxable values and works to prevent disproportionate tax shifts that threaten counties' ability to fund essential services. FAC will continue to advocate for local fiscal capacity and provide taxpayers and policymakers alike with transparent accounting of the true cost of delivering those services. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Eric Draper is an opponent of the bill, waving in opposition. Eric?
We've heard from several officials and leaders opposing some of these proposals. The last couple, one was with the Florida Association of Counties. The one before that was with the AFL-CIO. So more public comment in this House Select Committee on Property Taxes hearing that is going on live right now in Tallahassee. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. This is Congressman Randy Fine, who is taking part in a House Foreign Affairs Committee right now about President Trump's redesignation of Nigeria as a country of particular concern. A lot of there's been some talk about that on Capitol Hill over the past couple of days. Randy Fine getting a chance to question a couple of those witnesses for this hearing. It appears they have moved on. So let me take you just a couple of minutes ago back to the beginning of his remarks as he had the chance to ask some questions. So let's go ahead and listen in. Again, this was just moments ago.
Are we going to allow this to happen in until we take it seriously? On October 7th, 2023, people yelling Allahu Akbar attempted to genocide the Jews. A few months ago, people yelling Allahu Akbar attempted to genocide the Druze in Syria. And here we are talking today about another group of people yelling Allahu Akbar trying to genocide Christians. How many countries are we going to have this happen to? How often are we going to allow this to be whitewashed and both siderists until we acknowledge that we have a serious problem that we have out there? You know, I want to thank President Trump for doing this. Joe Biden never should have done it. And my question when I get to it will be, why do you think he did? Why do you think he took them off the list? But I want to thank President Trump for taking a leadership role, because we must stomp out this evil wherever it presents itself. I want to thank the chairman for choosing to have a hearing on this. And I want to thank my colleague, my fellow freshman, Representative Moore, for also raising the profile of this issue around the world. It is easy for me to criticize this when it happens in Israel and when it happens with the Jews, given who I am. But it is important that we call out evil wherever it is. And I am sick and tired of the fetishism and the whitewashing of the problem. This is a real problem that we have to acknowledge. In a country where you can get the death penalty for criticizing a religion. And we'll talk about that if I have time to get to questions. That is not okay. That is not acceptable. That is not a value that America should ever stand by and allow. We are allowed to have whatever opinions we want in this country, no matter how reprehensible they may be. We should demand that from others if they wish for our aid and assistance. But what I'm most tired of is the delusional belief that if we all just sit down around some sort of hypothetical drum circle, as I heard earlier, that we can resolve our differences. People are being killed, and it requires people to stand up and use force to keep them and to make them safe. I'd like to ask the ambassador, since 2009, it's believed 19,000 Christian churches have been destroyed. My question to you is, was that a coincidence? Were they just like randomly targeting buildings, and these 19,000 buildings happened to be churches, or were they targeted because they were churches?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. As my colleague has said, and the Trump administration strongly believes that there has been a disproportionate number of attacks on Christian communities, which is the reason for the designation.
Okay. And so let me follow up with this. Why do you think Joe Biden decided, given this was going on, we're all good, we're taking this away, everything's going to be fine now? What led to this delusional strategy that led to the deaths of Christian people?
I can't speak to that decision.
What do you think?
I would say that there was probably a discussion around strategic interests, but the performance did not achieve the result intended, which is why this administration has made a decision that we need to see more performance in this area in terms of security for all Nigerians, but especially to tackle this particular problem.
Okay. I'd like to ask Mr. McGee a question. What is the administration's position, and how strongly have you encouraged the Nigerian government as it relates to blasphemy laws? You know, this idea, you talked about problems that people are having there. They go to jail for years because of their words, because of their criticism. Not saying I agree with their criticism all the time, but all they're doing is they're not threatening anyone, they're not killing anyone, but somehow they go to jail for blasphemy, something unfortunately many people moving to this country want to impose on us here. What has the administration done to say to that, that's not okay, we're not going to abide by that?
So it is unacceptable in a free and democratic society to have blasphemy laws, period. They are not only imposing on somebody's free speech, but they're also imposing on the right to practice their own religion freely. And when blasphemy laws are used as a tool by the mob, or bandits, whatever you want to call them, to attack Christians, it shows that blasphemy laws are a problem per se. It's one of the reasons, one of the many reasons why the Trump administration opposes these laws, and it's one of the reasons why Nigeria is on the CPC list, because these Sharia laws are being used as a bludgeon against Christians oftentimes.
Well, I want to thank you both for being here, and I will close by thanking President Trump for being willing to go after Muslim terror wherever it rears its ugly head around the world. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you.
Congressman Randy Fine from Florida's 6th District. Speaking just moments ago in that House Foreign Affairs Committee hearing that is continuing right now on Capitol Hill. I want to let you know and give you an update on something that we are tracking today, and that is Ethan Pritchard, the Sanford native, the Florida State University freshman football player who was shot in a case of what investigators say was mistaken identity. Is now filing a lawsuit against the apartment complex he was driving by when investigators say he was shot. I want to let you know there is a news conference scheduled for 3 o'clock this afternoon. We will bring that to you live here on Fox Local and on YouTube. But I want to give you a little bit of a look right now at the complaint that was filed, the document that outlines the reasons for that lawsuit being filed and the claims that attorneys are making. Essentially, they are, again, this happened in Havana, that's in Gadsden County up near Tallahassee. They claim that the apartment complex they're suing was aware of a lengthy history of criminal activity on and in the area of that apartment complex, and that they knew or should have known that guests, residents, and others in the area of that apartment complex, including those driving on nearby roads, were exposed to danger. And a couple of things here that as I was reading through this complaint, I highlighted that I want to make sure to highlight for you as we kind of go through this. And this is the complaint that we are talking about. I want to start by going to page 3, and it talks about that initial claim that they say the attorneys for Ethan Pritchard say the apartment complex should have known because this had an actual or constructive knowledge of a history of criminal activity on and in the vicinity of the premises, and knew or should have known that there was a propensity for criminal conduct by third persons which unreasonably exposed guests and members of the public traversing the roadway, and that if you skip ahead there, likely to cause serious bodily injury or death. Scroll down a couple more pages here, and it talks a little bit more about some of the activity that Ethan Pritchard and his attorneys are alleging was happening around there, saying that there was that there is some protections that the defendant, who in this case is the apartment complex, that they have the ability to terminate a lease for criminal drug activity in or near the premises, and for criminal activity whether or not the person was arrested or convicted. So they are saying that this apartment complex had it built into their leases where they could end a lease over criminal activity. They talk a little bit about some of what they were seeing there, and talk about the suspects in this case, saying no, they knew there was no physical security deterrence. Looking at number 28 here, no physical security deterrence, and that they could continue to have unfettered access to the premises to engage in criminal activity without fear of capture. For example, neither property, these are two side-by-side apartment complexes, neither property had on-site security guards working gates, and one of the apartment complexes' security cameras were inoperable at the time. And so they claim, Pritchard's attorney claims, that the suspects in this believed they could commit the crime without fear of apprehension, as it says, as they had previously committed crimes at each property and the immediate vicinity without capture. Let me scroll down just a little bit further, and it outlines some of the crimes that Pritchard's legal team is alleging were committed by some of these same suspects. A couple of shootings and shots fired incidents as well. And then we also learn a little bit more about the incident itself from the investigation here, where it talks about some of those things, but I want to scroll back up a little bit. I went a little bit too far. I apologize. So despite the previous incidents that Pritchard's legal team outlines in this complaint, they say there was no increase or change in any of these security measures, even after the shooting on August 25th involving Ethan Pritchard, saying the defendants had the duty and ability to remove them, but they allowed them to return or otherwise failed to evict, trespass, or restrict their access to the premises. So that's just a little bit of what this complaint is alleging. Again, there is a news conference scheduled for 3 o'clock this afternoon where we expect to hear from Ethan Pritchard, from his father, from their attorneys as well, to hear more about this, and we will bring that to you live here on Fox Local and on YouTube. Right now, though, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back with more Fox 35 News Plus after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Want to get you back inside this hearing right now. This is the House Select Committee on Property Taxes, and we're hearing some discussion among lawmakers right now as they debate these issues. We've heard some questions throughout the day, testimony, arguments from the sponsors of the bill. We've heard a public comment as well. This hearing began about 3.5 hours ago, around 9 o'clock, scheduled to end at 1, but we know this is a big topic. So let's go ahead and listen in. This is Representative Deborah Tindrett, who is a Democrat from Lake Worth, speaking live right now. Let's go ahead and listen in as this committee hearing continues.
That the fire departments are not truly protected in these proposals. Many expenses also can't. I want to also bring up that many expenses cannot fully be judged on inflation itself. Local governments don't just buy items. These things, like we're looking at costs that can't be judged on inflation. For instance, the cost of natural disasters, both the preparation and response. Infrastructure repairs that include outdated, unexpected emergencies, and even those that are required for growth management, cost of unfunded mandates from the state, and also technology and security upgrades to keep in compliance, also to deal with outdated security and future security needs. So I do believe in our voters, I absolutely do, but our voters and our constituents are just feeling fatigued, and I think that with those questions unanswered on these what-ifs not being addressed now, which is why I'm voting down on all the bills today.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am, you have 2 minutes, please. Representative Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, thank you, Mr.
15
Chair, I
seconds.
think. I only wanted to mention, Rep, that this particular resolution is like the biggest one of all, will result in the biggest cuts of all. In Hillsborough County, where I represent, it would result in a cut of $208,563 and $864,938,141. The reason why I point out these numbers specifically is because we continue to talk about other tools that local governments could use to try to make up the difference. The amounts of these cuts would total nearly the $680 million or so that the county takes in via sales tax. So we'd be putting our counties in a position, many of them, where they may have to double the amount of sales tax that is taxed on the people. And we continue to have this conversation around affordability, but we have to do so more globally. We have to talk about property insurance, we have to talk about groceries, we have to talk about food insecurity, we have to talk about all of these things, because doubling the sales tax on folks is also untenable. So again, just wanted to mention that point, Mr. Chair, that this would be, I believe, an undue burden on our local governments, and for those reasons, I'll be voting down.
Thank you, Representative Driscoll. That is all of the debate that we have currently. It does sound like there is a groundswell of support for Representative Griffith's bill that deals with businesses on House Joint Resolution 213. And just as an item, fee-based services in Miami-Dade County outweigh every other source of revenue currently. So there's already been a shift if you look at Miami-Dade County. With that, you are, if Dr. Temple could provide that study he was referencing to the committee, I've had some questions for that as well. So if somebody can let him know, we'd like to see that report that he was referencing. Representative Steele, you are recognized to close on your bill.
Thank you, Chair, and I want to apologize for taking this week to fast. I think my blood level's low or something, but let me address a couple of the questions, and I want to thank everybody for their comments. Hillsborough County raised their tax value $1 billion in the past 3 years. Hillsborough County, if cut 100%, which is my bill, they still would be a net positive of $179,232,000 based on state data. With that being said, there's a whole bunch of other stuff I wrote down about other comments, but the dream of home ownership is what everybody wants. I've wanted it my entire life. I've had a home for 26 years because that was our mission, to own a home. If we don't do it now, when do we do it? If it's not us, then who is it? I think we need to start addressing things today, not tomorrow. And this is one step. Tomorrow we're going to fix the insurance crisis that we have in the state. You can't do everything all at once. You have to focus on the most important items. And this is one of the largest items that I have in my county. And I've done the study. I've gone out and actually spoke to Democrats and Republicans, but they were all homeowners. And they all have the same concerns, that they don't own their home. They rent it. And that is unimaginable in my mind. And it is true. You never own your home right now. You rent it. If you don't pay your property taxes, it's taken away from you. So I would also venture to say that we all should probably go out there and read the book, Who Moved My Cheese? Because change happens. And it's going to continue to change. And if we don't keep up with the change, we're going to continue to have questions about what we will do in the future. So with that, I ask for your favorable support for the bill, and sorry for the starting of my bill.
Representative Steele, having closed on his bill. Rosa, please call the roll on House Joint Resolution 201 and announce the vote.
Chair Overdore?
Yes, ma'am.
Vice Chair Black?
Yes.
Ranking Member Gottlieb?
No.
Representatives Abbott?
Yes.
Albert? Bankson?
Yes.
Benaroche?
Yes.
Brackett?
Yes.
Purcell? Chamberlain?
Yes.
Connerly?
Yes.
Edmonds?
No.
Escamani? No. Franklin?
No.
Gentry?
Yes.
Gonzalez Pittman?
Yes.
Griffiths?
Yes.
Hart? Holcomb? Anshosky?
No.
Jacques?
Yes.
Maney?
Yes, ma'am.
Miller?
Yes.
Mooney?
Yes.
Nix?
Yes.
Owen?
Yes.
Forrest?
Yes.
Rayner?
No.
Sapp?
Yes.
Stark?
Yes.
Steele?
Yes.
Tant?
No.
Tendrich?
No.
Tremont?
Yes.
Weinberger? Woodson?
No.
Driscoll?
No.
24 yeas, 10 nays.
Show the bill reported favorably. Congratulations, Representative.
Thank you.
Before we have our final bill, Representative Jacques moves to extend the meeting to time certain 1:15 and without objection.
So just to jump in here and give you a little bit of context, that was the HJR 201, which is the House Joint Resolution that would completely eliminate property taxes, non-school property taxes for homesteaded properties. Now, obviously, that would be subject to approval by 60% of voters on the ballot, assuming that once this would go past this committee, go to the floor, be passed by both houses, and and all of those things, it would end up having to go to voters. But that HJR 201 that we just heard approved, passed out of committee favorably, is the full elimination of property taxes for those homesteaded properties in the state of Florida. You heard some of the concerns voiced by some of the Democratic lawmakers who all voted against that bill, against that House Joint Resolution. And that HJR 201, sponsored by Kevin Steele. He's a Republican from Dade City, that's in Pasco County. And we should also note he just announced a run for state CFO. So we are continuing to monitor this hearing. Also want to let you know we are standing by for the start of the White House press briefing, expected to start around 1 o'clock. But we're now getting ready to hear another one of these House property tax proposals, the last one for this committee to consider today. So let's go ahead and listen back in as this hearing continues live in Tallahassee.
Is the concern, how will we replace the revenues for our local services that we enjoy? The bottom line is we are not given a one-size-fits-all solution. This committee has brought forth a buffet rather than a single burger, literally to bring it to our voters to let them decide. Again, I've heard a lot of the numbers today, from millions to billions of dollars that will be gone when we remove this. It doesn't disappear. This money doesn't disappear. Where does it go? Back into the pockets of our taxpayers. What does that do? It generates jobs. It's spent in our stores. There's many things. This is a philosophical debate at this point, but the bottom line is if money stops flowing, money stops growing. This is putting money back to our taxpayers. There are certain non-negotiables that we have been tasked with as lawmakers. Our state has decided, our people have decided they want schools funded. That's in our Constitution. This is another opportunity for us to give it back to the voters to let us know what their non-negotiable is when it comes to property taxes. As I talked to the different municipalities, not a single one within my district said they were against this. Their concern was, how do we replace the lost funding? And again, we're in the process of this. We will continue to deal with that, the implementation of these things. But everyone that I've talked to is agreeable to go forward with these, but have the important discussions that we have. I've heard a lot put forth today about we should be focusing on property insurance. We have focused on that and will continue to. We can focus on more than one thing. And I actually read an article from the Wall Street Journal literally last week, I believe it was on the 12th, that came out to show that property taxes and auto insurance are coming down. Auto insurance in the state of Florida is coming down between 6.5% to 10%. And there are insurers actually giving rebates back. We are seeing the same thing with our property insurance. And so if you haven't shopped, I encourage you to do that, because it has come down significantly in some cases. Again, we don't have to limit our approach. This is giving the opportunity for having our taxpayers to have multiple ways to look at how do we want to address this, that my constituents are saying they want us to address this. So our job is to let the people decide and then get to work to figure out how to implement that. And I thank you, leadership, for pursuing this bill.
Thank you, Representative Banks. And Representative Gottlieb in debate.
Thank you, Chair. I do want to thank the Chair for the robust debate that we've been able to have, because this is obviously, these are serious issues to all of us in the room, to all of us in the state of Florida. But I want to reiterate, this committee kind of felt like the way we used to do appropriations. We should have just lumped all the bills together and voted once on everything, because it's been, party lines the whole way. And what I see here is all of us care about the state of Florida. But there's more than one way to go about it. And, what I want to reiterate is that, my party voted no on these bills today. That doesn't mean that we don't care about our constituents. That doesn't mean that we don't care about affordability, because we do. And what we see and what we understand is that, and I said this before, it's the one percenters. The one percenters are the people that have homestead. The one percenters in the United States are people that have more than $500,000 in the bank. That is not the majority of Floridians. We also heard that our constituents really care and really support this. That wasn't proven today in the committee when you had two individuals who are lay people not involved in the process coming up and speaking in favor of the bills. Now, maybe everybody else is hard at work at home and simply sending in emails, but I don't think that to be the case. Also, we've put measures on the ballot before and asked for the Florida voters to vote, and we've seen what happens when we have a governor who gets involved in that process, and I think I'm very concerned about that moving forward, and we probably all should be. We have a governor who proposed these same ideas, but really then did nothing about trying to implement them. And I recognize that that's something that we are trying to do here. Concerned about the South Florida Water Management District. The South Florida Water Management District operates for 16 different counties in South Florida. And I'm concerned about how that's going to be funded. And the concern there is, if we don't fund the South Florida Water Management District and a hurricane comes in, and we're not able to move water in the ways that we need to mitigate, we're actually going to cause bigger problems by not providing this funding, and that's what I've said when I talked about infrastructure. We also talk about libraries. Not everybody has access to a computer. There are people that still utilize our libraries. There's places that the elderly population goes to on a daily basis to meet and for social reasons. There also, in many instances, are polling places. If they no longer exist and they're shut down, I know in my county they're necessary. So, I just don't know what to say. I think there is more that we can do in the state of Florida to ensure that our housing affordability crisis is solved. And that while this looks like it is something that we're doing, when you peel back the layers of the onion, it's really not the case. And so, I just think it's important for all, I don't want to go over everything that's been said here today, but as the ranking member in this committee, for my members that have voted no and talked no, I just want the public to know and understand that we stand with you and we stand for you. And that's what our no vote signifies. Thank you.
Representative Gottlieb and other lawmakers on the panel here, the House Select Committee on Property Taxes, continuing to discuss things about the proposals. And it has been a party line vote that we have seen Democrats voting against these proposals on the committee today, and Republicans voting in favor. Before we go to break here on Fox 35 News Plus, I do want to let you know this is a post from the Sumter County Sheriff's Office on Facebook talking about a large law enforcement presence, a barricaded subject at Brockton Place in the Villages. They say it is isolated to a single home there. Some neighbors voluntarily evacuated, but they say they're is believed to be no danger to the public, but they are asking folks to avoid that area or use an alternate route. That's at Broxton Place within the Villages. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Governor Ron DeSantis was in Ocala earlier today. He was speaking at the Florida Rural Economic Development Summit that was going on today at the World Equestrian Center in Marion County. One of the things he talked about was protecting rural interests while promoting business development. Here's some of what Governor DeSantis had to say earlier today.
Be here. I'm really excited about everything that we've been able to do working with folks in rural Florida, but I think the best is yet to come. You know, when I first became governor, you know, we have like 23 plus million. I mean, when I first became governor, it was like 21 and change million. And, you know, you do things around, you know, a lot of times they'll tell you, well, you just got to go to Tampa and go to Miami and all the, and kind of the bigger where more the people are. And if you look at like our 32 fiscally constrained counties, that's probably less total population than maybe just like one city in some of these other areas, or certainly way less than some counties in Florida. But I was just like, no, you know, my job's not just to go to the cities, my job's to do everything. So I told the staff, I was like, has any governor ever done events in all 67 counties? And they're like, we haven't found any evidence of that, and we don't think so, so we're doing it. So we did public events in all 67 counties. And, you know, I would go to, and the thing is you go to like Miami, and it's like, it is what it is, right? I mean, not that people, I mean, they're happy if we're there doing things, but, you know, you go to some of the rural, I mean, I remember going some of the counties, and like, I remember a lady just pinched me, and it's like, I've never seen a governor before come to these parts. And I was like, well, here I am in the flesh. And so we were able to do, and what I found is, when you show up, especially if you're able to do some of the things we have with like the Job Growth Grant Fund, the Rural Infrastructure Fund, some of those things, one, the money goes a lot further when you're helping with things in rural Florida. But then two, people appreciate it. They remember it, that you showed up and you took an interest in their community. So we've been able to do a lot of great stuff. You know, it's interesting. We're here in Ocala, and people will, rural infrastructure, here's some possibilities, Governor, job growth grant, we have all these, we have environment, water, all this stuff. And, some of it is discretionary, and you got to figure out what you want. So there's, on I-75, they came to me and said they wanted to do a new, an off-ramp and build an off-ramp to be able to do it. And so they're telling me, yeah, I don't know how much money it was, $5-6 million bucks. It would be the Job Growth Grant Fund, maybe FDOT put in some, I don't remember exactly the amount. But they're just going, they're like, yeah, Governor, we think that, if we do that, then they'll be able to have an exit and then feed into, a new industrial park. And I'm like, okay, good. And then they're like, and then, there's something else here. And I was like, oh, yeah, okay, that's good. And then they're like, oh, yeah, and then finally, if you do that, they're going to build a Buc-ee's there. I'm like, sold. I am doing that. And so you got the Buc-ee's coming in there, which I think is going to be really good. And I think there's actually one coming in off I-10. Near Tallahassee. I don't know if they've started that yet, but I've heard reports of that. So that'll be really, really good. But some of the stuff that we've been able to do on infrastructure, really, really significant. We've been able to do things to connect some of the industrial sites. I think manufacturing and building things is a great pathway for the future. You hear we're having this debate about artificial intelligence and, the rise of this and everything like that. And, don't let anyone tell you, whoever's saying how great it's going to be, there's going to be big pitfalls too. At best, right? And you end up in this situation where people don't even know what's real. They're able to do all these things. They actually do AI songs. So my wife, I love her, but she'll write a song about Madison, Mason, and Mamie, our kids, going to the park, and they will write a song about it. And then there's like an app where you can put the lyrics into the app, and they will actually play a song. And, it's interesting. So my kids, when she started doing that, after a couple of times, they're just like, Mommy, we don't like AI songs. We like real songs. It's just funny to see how people respond to some of this stuff. But a lot of people are saying that as AI advances, that it's going to really undercut a lot of jobs, a lot of white-collar jobs. The people that went to college and then, they want to graduate and then go into like accounting or some of these things. The thought is that maybe that is going to be there. I don't think that's a good thing. There's some people that think it is. I don't. It's one of the reasons why I don't think we should be subsidizing it. Why would we subsidize something that could potentially, cause problems for folks? It's one thing if technologies develop and then people can figure out. But be that as, and oh, by the way, the accuracy of some of this stuff. So, I grew up in the Tampa Bay, so I'm a Tampa Bay Bucks fan. But, we live in Tallahassee because of the governor. And a couple weekends ago, it was a big game, Bucks versus Patriots. And the Patriots are like resurgent. They're doing really good. So at 1 o'clock, and I didn't know what channel, so I asked Grok. I said, Grok, I'm in Tallahassee. Where do I watch the Bucks Patriots? I said, oh, it's on WCTV, your local CBS affiliate. I'm like, okay. Go there, 1 o'clock, put it on. Jaguars and Texans. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. So I was like, well, they didn't have that on there. You said, whatever. It was like, well, yeah, actually, you need to get it on Paramount Plus, a streaming service. So I signed up for Paramount Plus. And then I pull up, and it's not easy for me to do these things. Like, it's like I'm a little challenged and somehow with all this and the technology. But like, NFL Sunday, click. What are your options? Jaguars and Texans. No, and I'm like, and so it was just wrong. So I think there's going to be a lot of issues there. But let's just say, that some people think that's going to go in that direction. What's going to be even more necessary are people that have these concrete vocational skills. People that actually some of the technology may help workers be more productive, but they're not going to be able to fully replace that. And so I just think we have an opportunity to continue to build that manufacturing base. And I think we've added, Alex knows the exact numbers, but since I've been governor, we've added tens of thousands of manufacturing jobs just in the state of Florida over the last 6 years. It's interesting. We've been ranked #1 economy in the United States 3 years in a row by CNBC and by U.S. News and World Report. Now, editorially, neither of those outlets probably want to rank Florida 1 if they could help it, but the results speak for themselves. So you've seen that. And since COVID, if you look at all the jobs that have been created nationwide, Florida, with about 6.5% of the U.S. population, about 14% of all new jobs nationwide were done in Florida. And we've actually created more jobs in Florida than some of these other big states combined who have lost population and lost business. So there's a lot of good momentum going forward, but I really do appreciate the opportunity to help on the infrastructure front, particularly for those types of projects. We've also helped on the education front and on the vocational education front. You know, we've done a lot to expand commercial driver's license throughout the state of Florida. I think it's a great opportunity for people to be able to do. Certainly don't want these guys that they licensed in California that can't even speak English, and then they run over people, or they end up blocking a road and 3 people die because of what they're doing here in Florida. We never licensed them. That was licensed in California. So I think we have an opportunity to produce our own folks. And a lot of these jobs, you go in and you're making $100,000 a year right at the start. So that's a great opportunity. And so we're doing that, and we're proud of that. We've also done a lot on the Rural Infrastructure Fund, apart from our job growth. That's something that I've put in the budget each and every year. We've worked very closely with Ben Albritton, the president of the Florida Senate, on this. He's a very big champion for rural Florida. And a lot of what he was focused on in the last legislative session was helping in a variety of ways. Some of it job training, a lot of it infrastructure in areas that, and the thing is, you do that there, people will never forget that. I mean, it'll be really, really a big deal. You know, I do stuff. And look, people appreciate it. I mean, we do infrastructure all over the state. I did Moving Florida Forward, which was basically, yeah, we got this great transportation budget. We're like doing all that. But I've got all these projects that need to get done. Some of them aren't even scheduled to start until next decade. Well, how does that help people in traffic now? So we had, big surplus, and we've cut taxes, paid down debt. We've done all of that. But I took some of that. So we ended up doing $7-8 billion, surged it up front, and then we could accelerate these projects. So now we're going to have completed projects up to 15 years ahead of schedule because we're getting the shovels and going doing that. But like I-4, there's been I-4 Ultimate that have been done, and then as you get into like Disney and Champions Gate and Polk, I mean, it was tough. So just doing the temporary lanes, which we opened like 9 months ahead of schedule, we were able, and you could track it with the cameras, commute cut in half for people. And I'll tell you, I've had people be very emotional about it because they're saving time for them. They're able to spend more time with their family, able to do all that. And so we're going to accelerate that. So we'll have that, all the different arteries that go in there, that's all underway. And we're going to end up having 10 or 15 years where you have better traffic flow. Then have we not done that? So we're proud of doing that, and we're going to keep on doing it. So all I will say is I understand that our rural communities are important. I've not only talked the talk and just show up here and speak, but we've walked the walk. And to be able to be the first governor on record to do these events. And like when I do events, I'm not just like doing events like beating my chest. I'm bringing money usually, right? I get these big checks that they print out and we hand them. I don't know that that they necessarily get cashed at the bank with the big checks, but we do get the money. Alex makes sure the money gets there to people, and we're able to do that. And so I'm really proud of that, and I think that we've got a lot of great stuff. But I also, people will say to me, you look at like New York City and this guy getting elected mayor. It's interesting. I mean, he's basically a communist. And so that was, I think it was November 8th was the election. November 10th, Florida recognizes Victims of Communism Day. And we teach kids about the evils of communism. So it's like, what a contrast between there and here. But, people say, oh, is it going to cause more people to flee to Florida. And a lot of our residents are like, you know, they're proud that Florida's been successful and has kind of been the beacon and the leader and all that stuff. But it's like at some point, you know, we can't just have, and they'll tell me like, Governor, stop letting people in. Just so you know, as an American, you can move to any state you want. I don't have the authority to keep you out. I probably would be exercising it in certain instances if I could, but that's not, so it's people vote with their feet, it's a free country, you do all that, and I don't know what the fallout's going to be for this guy up there. I can tell you, you know, if you think somehow you're going to have government-run grocery stores and that be successful, it's not. They've tried this stuff before. The command and control, it doesn't work. In fact, when we were down at the Freedom Tower in Miami, we did the Victims of Communism Day. You know, I had all these high school kids from Miami that were there, and like, they were really fun. They were hearing stories about all this. But, you know, one of the anecdotes that President Reagan used to tell about this, where he would talk about the old Soviet Union, and a fellow goes in because he needed a new car, and he goes in and says, hey, I need a new car, or whatever, and the clerk's like, okay, you know, no problem, come back in 10 years. And the customer was like, morning or afternoon? And the clerk was like, what difference does it make? It's 10 years from now. He's like, well, because I have the plumber coming in the morning that day. And it's like, it doesn't work. So that's not going to work. And they're probably going to try to raise taxes and all that, which is not going to work. But the number one thing that causes people to say, I'm out, is when public safety deteriorates. And he hates the police. He wanted to abolish the NYPD, and I think they're going to be putting more criminals back on the street. That is not going to end well. So I don't know what that means for us. It's not, as an American, you can live, move where you want, but I do think it's important, you know, that we maintain the character of rural Florida. You know, we've worked hard on things like the Rural and Family Lands program, so that, you know, it's viable to keep these lands, these farmlands, prevent that from ending up being part of some concrete jungle. We've done the Florida Wildlife Corridor, massive expansion of that, really up and down the state. And I just think it's important. You know, some of these areas that we'll visit, honestly, my wife and I, we like a lot of the smaller areas. And I tell people, we were just at University of Florida yesterday. We have this thing called the Hamilton School for Classical Learning and Civics. It's the #1 place to study Western civilizations and the founding of the American Republic anywhere in the country already. And we just opened it a few years ago. But we got all these great scholars. You know, we got the guy we got from Princeton, Gelzo, best Civil War and Lincoln historian in the country. And he comes to Hamilton School at University of Florida. They just brought a guy from Harvard who had been there 40 years. And said he couldn't take it anymore because of the ideology, and wanted to come someplace where you had real robust inquiry. So he came to Florida, and we got these other people. So I was there. We did a groundbreaking yesterday, and we're looking through all of that. But man, you know, what a model that is in terms of what we're able to do going forward. So we want to make sure that we keep the character. And so my wife and I was telling those, I was like, why did I bring up Hamilton School? I brought it up because I was talking to some of the professors who've come from all over the world to come to Gainesville. And I said, have you had a chance to explore Florida? And some of them said, we were in Miami or we were in there. And I was like, you know what? You know, just go to the West Coast from right here. You can go to like Levy County or some of these places. You know, you got these, nice areas you can go. It's not too crowded. Mom and pop restaurants, all these other things. You know, unfortunately, we've had hurricanes hit the Big Bend area. And, I tell people, I'm going there, and we're helping out, and we're happy to do that. So we do something one day, and I go to one of the restaurants on the way out. And the fella gives me massive stone crab claws. I mean, bigger than you get in the Keys. I couldn't believe it. I was telling people, you got to go there. You got to go all that. Apalachicola, my wife and I like all these places are good because it really is representative of old Florida. And look, there's a time and a place to have the big high-rises and the hotels and the condo on like South Beach. That's fine, but that's not the sum total of the Florida experience. So I think it's important what you guys are doing for economy, for opportunity, but I also think part of the culture of Florida really relies on having strong rural communities, special communities, and they're places that I'm proud to say I've been able to go and see firsthand. And you'll see me more as the next year and a half wears on. So God bless everybody. Thank you so much, and best of luck along the way.
That was Governor DeSantis earlier in Ocala. Let's go ahead and listen in as White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt begins her White House press briefing, joined by Linda McMahon, who is the Education Secretary, amid news this week that the Trump administration continuing to take steps to dismantle the Federal Department of Education. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
Both the First Lady and Second Lady were grateful for the warm welcome and remain deeply committed in multiple big trade deals with countries around the world. In particular, construction jobs surged by 19,000 in September, the largest monthly gain in a year. Nearly all of this solid monthly job growth came from the private sector and went to Americans rather than foreign-born workers, the opposite of what we saw under the previous administration. Inflation also remains under control, and wages are up by 3.8% over the year for American workers because of President Trump's pro-growth policies. In fact, real wages are on pace to increase roughly $1,200 for the average worker this year under President Trump. This is a complete reversal of the failed Biden era, when we saw inflation skyrocket to 9%, causing private sector workers to see their wages decline by approximately $3,000. We know that Americans are still hurting from the 4-decade high inflation caused by Joe Biden and the Democrats. But President Trump is making significant progress to fix this, and he will not stop working until he solves it. As the president recently stated, he is never satisfied. For example, President Trump's policies are working to make Americans' Thanksgiving more affordable this year, from their commute to the dinner table. Nearly 100 million Americans are expected to drive next week to spend time with loved ones for the holiday. And thanks to President Trump's drill baby drill agenda, the national average price of a gallon of gas on Thanksgiving Day is projected to be at the cheapest price since the COVID pandemic in 2021. President Trump is bringing down gas prices and providing significant savings to American families at the pump. And again, we expect those prices to continue to decline. According to the American Farm Bureau Federation's annual survey, cooking Thanksgiving dinner will also cost less this year than it did last year and is down about 5% overall. The average price for a staple of the meal, a 16-pound frozen turkey, is down more than 16% from last year, which will provide critical savings for families in their budgets. President Trump's entire economic agenda is aimed at putting more money back into the pockets of hardworking Americans. That's why he signed the largest middle tax cuts in history into law, from no tax on overtime, no tax on tips, to no tax on Social Security. And according to a new study from Piper Sandler, which is out this week, tax filers can expect an extra $1,000 bump to their tax refund next year, and what could be a record-breaking tax refund season. So there is more good news to come. We know these refunds will make a huge difference for Americans to help pay down their bills and use towards life's expenses. In other news this week, President Trump took a significant step toward delivering on a core campaign promise to finally close the Department of Education. To shrink the bloated federal bureaucracy, the Department of Education just entered into new interagency agreements with 4 agencies: the Departments of Labor, Interior, Health and Human Services, and State. These agencies will now ensure the delivery of legally required programs while also refocusing them to better serve students. This common sense action brings the Trump administration much closer to finally returning education where it belongs, at the state and local level, not in Washington, D.C. The Democrats' reckless 43-day government shutdown did manage to do one valuable thing. It proved that America does not need a federal Department of Education. During the longest shutdown in history, the The Department of Education furloughed 90% of its staff, and America's education system was not impacted whatsoever. Schools stayed fully open across the country. Students attended class and received normal in-person instruction, and our wonderful teachers received their paychecks uninterrupted. The Democrats' government shutdown made it painfully obvious that American families do not need the Department of Education. Since its creation in 1979 during the Carter administration, the Department of Ed has spent over $3 trillion taxpayer dollars without improving student achievement. Despite pure pupil spending having increased by more than 245% since the 1970s, math and reading scores are down in public schools. In fact, the most recent Nation's Report Card from 2024 showed that 13-year-olds' math scores are the lowest they've been in decades, and their reading scores are the lowest since testing began more than 30 years ago. It's clear that throwing more money at a broken system does not work, and that's why President Trump appointed the amazing leader behind me, our Secretary of Education, Linda McMahon, who is making these monumental changes at the direction of the president. We're very grateful to have you here today to talk about these changes and then take some questions. Hopefully folks in this room will have some questions on the very important topic of education. So please, Mrs. Secretary.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Caroline. It's really a pleasure to be here with you today, and thank all of you for being here as well. My purpose here is to speak directly to the American families, not just you, but to the American families, about the work this administration is doing in education to reverse our national decline with a hard reset of our educational system. That reset was a top campaign promise from President Trump to send education back to the states and end Washington's micromanagement of education once and for all. This week we took the most decisive steps thus far to make good on this promise to you. We have linked 6 groundbreaking partnerships with other federal agencies to delegate education department programs that are redundant with existing programs at Labor, State, Interior, and HHS. These interagency agreements to cut our own bureaucratic bloat are a key step in our efforts to shift educational authority from Washington, D.C. to your state education agency, your local superintendent, your local school board, entities that are accountable to you, and we encourage parents to always be involved. Cutting federal bureaucracy is never a popular move among D.C. insiders. A chorus of anti-Trump voices have come out of the woodwork to complain that we are defunding education, harming students, or acting without a plan. This could not be further from the truth. The majority of Americans across the country handed to President Trump the popular vote precisely because they have seen the brokenness of a top-down education system run by the federal government. They're painfully aware that only 3 out of 10 students can read proficiently at their grade level. They know that college students are collectively $1.7 trillion in debt, and less than half of college graduates get a job that actually uses the degree which they studied so hard to get. They see more teachers than ever before leaving the profession due to burnout, over-regulation, and lack of autonomy in the classroom. Anti-Trump voices are stirring up fear that returning education to the states is a draconian action. When Americans hear that we are shutting down the department, but given no other details, 51% oppose it. But when those same Americans are informed of our plans to preserve important elements of our work in other federal agencies and to maintain the K-12 funding that is distributed to the states, that number flips to an even greater majority at 56%. And they support returning education to the states and breaking up the bureaucracy. That's because the Department of Education is a pass-through entity. It doesn't educate a single student. The money it sends to states for education can be sent directly without waste. The Democrats' government shutdown proved that without a doubt, and I'll reiterate what you said, that the Department of Education was not necessary during the shutdown. Now, this is what I've seen already on my 50-state tour that I've embarked on. Educators are innovating in their schools. States are customizing their budgets and standards, and post-secondary institutions are planning for the economy of the future. But we're not leading them. They are informing us. That's why our final mission as a department is to fully empower states to carry the torch of our educational renaissance. Education is local. It should be overseen locally by those who best know local needs. We're not ending federal support for education. We are ending federal micromanagement and paving the way for education renewal through state reforms like school choice, the science of reading, and restoring the right priorities in higher education. President Trump promised to send education back to the states, and we're keeping that promise. America's next generation will look back on the work we've carried out, thankful for an education system that prioritizes students over bureaucracy. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Secretary, and we'll take some questions for the Secretary if you have them. Elizabeth, why don't you start?
Thank you for joining us. You announced the partnership to move some functions of the Education Department to other agencies. Are you talking to members of Congress about codifying this so that it lasts beyond the administration?
Yes, we started our conversation, and thanks very much for asking that, because there have been some reports that Congress is in the dark on this. That's clearly not true. We've been talking to, I've talked to dozens of members of Congress to explain to them exactly what we're doing, to bring them up to speed, and to say to them, look, when we have completed some of these transfers that are working incredibly well, then we will be looking to Congress to codify those, make them permanent.
Brian.
Thank you. Secretary McMahon, what is the update on the negotiations with Harvard? I know the president has publicly pointed to you as somebody who's worked on that. I think you've talked about that at length, but I'd like to understand where are things with those negotiations with Harvard this time?
They're ongoing negotiations, and I feel very comfortable that we are getting close to having those negotiations finalized. It's been open door conversation all along.
Deanna?
Hello, Mrs. Secretary. The President recently posted about establishing a federal standard for AI. Do you know if the administration has a view on the use of AI for students in schools? And Caroline, do you know if the President personally uses AI?
I don't think so.
You can handle that
I've never
one.
witnessed it, so I can't attest to that.
Well, I do think AI is going to need guardrails, but I have witnessed AI firsthand. I was at the Alpha School in Austin, Texas, and the first 2 hours of every day in that school, students are learning through AI. They have their headsets on, they're in front of their screens, and the AI is really acting as like an individual tutor for those students, allowing those students that can progress faster to do that. Those who need a little catch up, it refeeds information to them. And so after those 2 hours of learning, the basics of what they're doing in their curriculum that day, then they spend the rest of the day, I mean, they have good recess and all of that time, but then they spend the rest of the day in what are called life skills, and they're actually using the information that they've learned this morning. So I've seen some AI in action that is really proving quite beneficial.
Michael.
Thank you, Caroline. Secretary McMahon, as the Education Department continues to pare down, can you talk about taxpayer services like charter school grants and how the department will continue to assist kids with special needs?
Well, we are going to make sure that there's no interruption in getting that grant money out the door. I mean, that money is, it comes from Congress, it's appropriated by Congress, and we legally are obligated to do that. And the transitions we're starting to make, our first programs that went over to the Department of Labor, that was a few weeks ago. We actually signed the first interagency agreement, which we accomplished under the authority of the Economy Act. We transferred grants for WIOA and for the Perkins Act. And the really good news is that the Department of Labor has a much more sophisticated system, technology system and grant fulfilling system than the Department of Education does. As a matter of fact, our executive manager that went over with that group over to Labor said he would compare what the labor system is to education's like held together by bubble gum that is not connected to any other part. So we were able to get those grants out the door more smoothly, and states have actually better access for those systems than they do at the Department of Education. So that's a real bonus.
Take a couple more. Carrie, go ahead.
Linda McMahon, the Secretary of Education, continuing to take some questions at the White House press briefing right now. We got to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Want to get you live back to the White House press briefing, hearing from Education Secretary Linda McMahon speaking as the Trump administration took additional steps this week to dismantle the Department of Education. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
There was one superintendent chief who said to me that they had done some calculation in their state and that for every dollar that went into the classroom in a grant, 47 cents was spent in regulatory compliance. So let's get the money into the hands of our students and our teachers. Let's raise the level of education. The other thing I'll do, and I'll quickly wrap up for you, is this 50-state tour that I have embarked on. We've done about 14 states. We've shut down a little bit during the shutdown. But what I am doing is visiting different kinds of schools, grammar schools, middle schools, high schools, micro schools, private schools, charter schools, the whole gambit. And in the end, my goal will be, as we step away and fully deliver education back to the states, is to provide them with a best practices toolkit of all of the things that I have seen around the country to say, hey, this is working. Check with these superintendents, check with these governors. And you know what I found a little bit is governors are a little competitive. So it's kind of nice to give some of these best practices out there. It'll work because it's already working. If we leave it with the people who are closest to the students, the president believes, as do I, the best education is that's closest to the child, and parents' involvement is critical to the success.
Awesome.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, Linda.
Your
Thank you
pleasure.
so much.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate your coming
All right.
today. Thanks for your great work.
Whoops.
And
Thank
she's
you all very much.
a busy lady, so we'll let her
Come
get
on.
back to work. All right. Thank you again. Well, let's get to it. You guys were so calm with her. I wish you were that calm with me. We'll kick off with our new media seat, as always. Javier, why don't you start us off, and then we'll get to the rest of the room. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Javier Negre. I'm from Spain. I'm the owner of the biggest media platform in Hispanic politics, with brands like La Derecha Diario, Ida TV, or UH Plus, or Vicegrad in Spanish. And I'm happy to be here. Thanks for supporting the new media, also in the Hispanic community. We try to fight against media like Telemundo, Univision, CNN, or NBC News that are spreading fake news and attacking the ICE operations. We will premiere this Sunday the Real America's Voice, the right news show, the first Hispanic show against communism and woke culture that is promoted by people like George Soros to bring communism all over the world, like happened in New York. I have two questions for you, if you don't mind. In Mexico, the young people is protesting against President Sheinbaum. They think she's doing nothing against the cartels. Sheinbaum used the police to attack them, young people, kids, girls, and she's attacking journalists like me in a country where 150 journalists have been killed in the past years. The USA legacy media is attacking President Trump for his comments about the fake news media, while they are not publishing anything about the murders of journalists in Mexico. Why do you think they stay silent about the murders of journalists in Mexico and the attacks to businessmen like Ricardo Salinas? And my second question is, Trump said he has a plan for the narco state of Venezuela. Does he have a plan for Mexico where, according to Stephen Miller, the cartels are controlling governments and territories?
Sure. Well, thank you, Javier, for the question, and thank you again for being here. We're proud to have new media voices in the briefing room. As for President Sheinbaum and the president's relationship with Mexico, I will tell you that we have seen historic strides from President Sheinbaum and her administration in Mexico when it comes to cracking down on the cartels. They have been incredibly cooperative with the president's efforts at our southern border to crack down on illegal immigration and also the illegal trafficking of drugs at the southern border. Now the president is very interested in taking additional measures against the drug cartels. He's been very clear about that. He's spoken about it, and this is a promise that he made to the American public. And so his national security team is discussing these options all of the time. And on the campaign trail, the president promised to take on the cartels. He has taken unprecedented action to do so, and he has left additional options at his disposal on the table. So those are only decisions that the president can make. Thank you.
The silence of the legacy media about the murders of journalists in Mexico. 150 journalists have been killed in the past years.
Yeah, well, it's certainly something I wish the media would report on more, and it's something that this administration absolutely condemns. I can't speak for the media, but I can speak for the president. That's not something he wants to see. Thank you. Sure.
Thank you, Caroline. Is there anything that Mayor-elect Mamdani could say tomorrow that would ease the president's concerns about his future leadership in New York?
Look, I don't want to speak for the president or get ahead of this meeting that we are currently working on tomorrow. As you saw, the president put out a statement tomorrow that the mayor-elect will be coming to the Oval Office, and so our teams are arranging those details. I won't get into the president's thinking on it. I think you'll all hear from him directly. I also think I will just add, it speaks volumes that tomorrow we have a communist coming to the White House because that's who the Democrat Party elected as the mayor of the largest city in the country. I think it's very telling, but I also think it speaks to the fact that President Trump is willing to meet with anyone and talk to anyone and to try to do what's right on behalf of the American people, whether they live in blue states or red states or blue cities, in a city that's becoming much more left than I think this president ever anticipated in his many years of living in New York himself. Nancy.
Thanks, Caroline. This morning, President Trump accused 6 Democratic lawmakers of seditious behavior punishable by death. Just to be clear, does the president want to execute members of Congress?
No. Let's be clear about what the president is responding to, because many in this room want to talk about the president's response, but not what brought the president to responding in this way. You have sitting members of the United States Congress who conspired together to orchestrate a video message to members of the United States military, to active duty service members, to members of the national security apparatus, encouraging them to defy the president's lawful orders. The sanctity of our military rests on the chain of command. And if that chain of command is broken, it can lead to people getting killed. It can lead to chaos. And that's what these members of Congress who swore an oath to abide by the Constitution are essentially encouraging. We have 1.3 active duty service members in this country. And if they hear this radical message from sitting members of Congress, that could inspire chaos and it could incite violence and it certainly could disrupt the chain of command. These 3 members of Congress, I will also add, knew exactly what they were doing. You look at Alyssa Slotkin. She's a former member of the CIA. Mark Kelly was a captain in the U.S. Navy. Maggie Goodlander was a naval officer, and notably, she is also the wife of Joe Biden's national security former advisor, Jake Sullivan. And so these members knew what they were doing. They were leading into their credentials as former members of our military, as veterans, as former members of the national security apparatus to signal to people serving under this commander-in-chief, Donald Trump, that you can defy him and you can betray your oath of office. That is a very, very dangerous message, and it perhaps is punishable by law. I'm not a lawyer. I'll leave that to the Department of Justice and the Department of War to decide.
But the president has frequently, but Caroline, can I just follow up? The president and the vice president, for that matter, have accused the other side of encouraging political violence. Isn't that exactly what the president is doing when he says that members of Congress should be killed?
Why aren't you talking about what these members of Congress are doing to encourage and incite violence? They are literally saying to 1.3 million active duty service members not to defy the chain of command, not to follow lawful orders.
Actually,
every single
you can refuse an illegal order, which
but
is
they're suggesting, Nancy, that the president has given illegal orders, which he has not. Every single order that is given to this United States military by this commander-in-chief and through this chain of command, through the Secretary of War, is lawful. And the courts have proven that. This administration has an unparalleled record at the Supreme Court because we are following the laws. We don't defy court orders. We do things by the books. And to suggest and encourage that active duty service members defy the chain of command is a very dangerous thing for sitting members of Congress to do. And they should be held accountable, and that's what the president wants to see. Phil.
Thank you. Ambassador Mike Huckabee had a meeting with...
Notable back and forth there between a reporter and Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary of the White House, about slamming Democrats for telling military members to ignore unlawful orders. That's been a big controversy after that post on social media. We've got to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. But we will be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and want to get you back to the White House press briefing live at the White House right now. Let's listen in.
At the end of the event. They are not there to participate in official talks, despite what the South African president is falsely claiming.
On Ukraine, there have been reports that President Zelensky said, he's looking to look at the plan. That there's been reports about the Trump administration proposing a plan. Can you just give an update on where Russia-Ukraine stands, and does the president plan to speak with Zelensky anytime soon, or when can you expect that?
So I'm happy to provide an update. I've seen quite a bit of reporting on the latest with Russia-Ukraine, so let me clarify and give you guys the truth on where it currently stands. President Trump has made it very clear since day one, and even on the campaign trail, that he wants to see this war come to an end. He has grown increasingly frustrated with both sides of this war, Russia and Ukraine alike, for their refusal to commit to a peace agreement. But nevertheless, the president and his national security team are steadfast in seeing this war come to an end, to end the killing and deliver on the president's promise. Special Envoy Witkoff, Marco Rubio, have been working on a plan quietly for about the last month. They've been engaging with both sides, Russia and Ukraine, equally to understand what these countries would commit to in order to see a lasting and durable peace. That's how you get to a peace negotiation, right? That's how it worked with Israel, with respect to Israel and Gaza and all of the Arab countries in the Middle East. That's how we accomplished that historic agreement, which the UN, by the way, voted to commit to and accept this week, which was a huge monumental moment. So they have been engaged with both sides, and these talks are continuing. As always, I'm not going to litigate the details of this plan as it's ongoing and it's in flux, but the president supports this plan. It's a good plan for both Russia and Ukraine, and we believe that it should be acceptable to both sides, and we're working very hard to get it done. And I'll also add, I know Secretary Driscoll did meet with President Zelensky today. We spoke with him. He was very optimistic following that meeting. And so, again, we are having good conversations with both sides with respect to ending this war. Sure. Go ahead.
On Ukraine, you said this is a good plan. So according to our sources, this proposal demands major concessions from Ukraine and doesn't demand much from Russia. So was Russia involved in drafting
Your
this?
understanding is wrong. Have you read the full plan? You haven't.
Sources said.
Yes.
So if you can give details,
You've read reporting from one side of the war, and so I want you to understand that the administration has talked equally with both sides. You have seen President Trump engage directly with both President Putin and President Zelensky. Likewise, his national security team has as well. In fact, Special Envoy Witkoff and Secretary Rubio met with some of the Ukrainians just in the past week to discuss this very plan. And so just like you saw with respect to Israel and Gaza, we are hearing out both sides of this war to understand What can you commit to end the war? And that's ultimately how we are going to get to an agreeable solution. That's what the president has directed of his team. I know there's a lot of criticism out there and a lot of doubters, but I would just remind you of the historic success that this president and his team accomplished in the Middle East. We believe that is possible with Russia and Ukraine, and we're hoping and working very hard to achieve that. Stephen.
Could you provide a little more context on what to expect tomorrow with the Mamdani meeting? Will it be in the Oval Office, or is it going to be open at least partially to the press?
I don't have any more details to read out for you on the meeting quite yet, Stephen. I know it's of great interest to you and the New York Post, but we'll keep, maybe if it opens, we can commit to letting you in. Sure, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. It came up yesterday during a confirmation hearing for the president's pick to lead the CFTC that the CFTC currently has 0 Democrat commissioners, whereas usually it's had 2 or more. Does the president plan to appoint Democrats to financial regulators like the CFTC and SEC, or does the president feel that there shouldn't be Democrat leadership at those agencies, consistent with the administration's move earlier this year to remove Democrats from the FTC and other agencies?
I'm going to be completely honest. I haven't spoken to the president about the CFTC in quite some time, but I'm happy to check in with our presidential personnel office and see if there's any updates that we can provide you there. Sure.
Thank you, Caroline. Last week on Fox News, President Trump said that we've had a lot of problems with the French. How would you describe the current relationship between France and the U.S.?
Look, the relationship remains very strong. President Trump speaks quite frequently with Emmanuel Macron. I think they have a good working relationship. But the president is not shy to point out when he has disagreements with world leaders as well. And he's done that with respect to Mr. Macron as well. Deanna, go ahead.
Caroline, there are reports that Qatar is acting as a mediator in the Ukraine peace process. Can you confirm that, and why did the president choose that country?
I'm not going to get into further details other than what I previously shared, which I think was quite a bit of information. Brian?
Thank you, Caroline. 2 questions. We were talking about earlier in this briefing about the president's orders. You were going back and forth about what the ad said and what it didn't say. My first question is...
The ad?
The advertisement that the Senate Democrats were featured in. So my first question is, no matter what the order is, it could be to any administration official, military or otherwise, no matter if legal experts might think it's illegal, does the president expect those cabinet members, administration officials to go ahead with those orders regardless of any outside thinking or experts?
The president expects his cabinet officials in the administration to follow the law and to demand accountability and hold people accountable for their dangerous rhetoric. And I would just add that if this were Republican members of Congress who were encouraging members of the military and members of our United States government to defy orders from the president and from the chain of command.
I hate to cut off the press secretary here, but we've got to take another break.
Florida Live starts now.
Well, good afternoon to you and welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Wymer and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. We've been live streaming for the last 3 hours on Fox Local and it has been a busy day for us, but we also have a busy next hour ahead of us here on Fox 35 TV. Want to let you know some of what we've got for you. Coming up in just a minute here, we are going to dive into some of the questions that are still swirling as Anna Kepner, the Titusville teenager who was found dead on a cruise ship, is laid to rest today. Her funeral this evening. We're going to talk about the investigation and some of what we're learning coming up in just a minute. The Florida House Committee on Property Taxes debated the 8 proposals today. We will take you inside the Tallahassee committee meetings where that debate and discussion went on, and you may not be surprised to hear that many of those proposals passed right along party lines. So we'll dive into that coming up in just a little bit. 2:35, we are talking with a reporter from New York Magazine because 2 Central Florida Democratic leaders being spotlighted as potential standard bearers for the next generation. We will dive into that and tell you who those 2 leaders are coming up in just a little bit. And then at 3 o'clock, once our hour here on TV wraps up, if you're watching on Fox Local or want to switch on over to that, we are going to have a news conference live for you where Ethan Pritchard, the Sanford native, the Florida State University football player who was shot in the Panhandle in a case of what investigators say was a mistaken identity, now filing a lawsuit against the apartment complex that he was driving by when he was shot. So we will have that news conference and bring that to you live in about an hour on Fox Local. But we do begin today with the investigation into the death of a Titusville teenager on board a cruise ship, and still not a lot of details from officials. In fact, the details that we have learned this week, many of them coming from court documents in an unrelated case. So I want to bring in Fox 35's Marie Ettinger, who joins us live now via Zoom. Marie, I know you've been following up on this today. What have you been learning, and kind of where do things stand right now with this case and with this investigation?
When 18-year-old Anna Kepner was first found dead on this cruise ship, it was not labeled as a homicide. It was not labeled as anything other than a death investigation. And it's still that way. There are no law enforcement officials claiming this has been a murder. But we do know that it is being looked into for that possibility. And that's only because of paperwork filed in divorce proceedings for Anna Kepner's current stepmother and her ex-husband. They originally filed for divorce in 2023. That case was reopened in 2024 and is still going on. There was actually a hearing for it today, and there were some emergency filings that Anna's stepmother's ex-husband filed, wherein it announces that the FBI is looking into Anna's stepbrother. That would be her current stepmother's son. He's being looked into as a possible suspect relating to her death. Now, he's 16, so we're not releasing his name, but he is the son of Chantel and Thomas Hudson. Chantel's last name, is now Kepner. There are a lot of players within this entire family. Multiple people have been married and divorced multiple times, so the family extends pretty far out. That's kind of what we're trying to keep track of today. Just as a brief run through, Anna's biological dad is Christopher Kepner, and her biological mother, who Fox 35 was able to speak with, was named Heather Kepner. They got married in 2006. I'm still trying to figure out the exact year they got divorced, but she's the biological mother of Anna. Christopher Kepner then married a woman named Tabitha, and they originally filed for divorce in 2023. That case was reopened in late 2024. And shortly after that case was reopened, Christopher wound up marrying the woman who he is now still currently married to, who is Chantel. So those 3 people, it's the biological mother, Heather, the woman who wound up, from what we can tell, mostly raising Anna, her name is Tabitha, and then the current stepmother, Chantel. Chantel's son, the 16-year-old, is the one being investigated by the FBI.
And loved ones today, Marie, are getting ready to lay Anna Kepner to rest at her funeral.
Yeah, there's a memorial for her for a celebration of life. That's in Titusville today at 5. We're going to be in the area, but we are going to be keeping clear. The family has made, or some of the family members have made quite clear they don't want any contact with media. Some of the extended family, and as you heard, we were able to talk with Anna's biological mother. Some of them have been more forthcoming and are a little bit friendlier with the media, but just out of respect for the family and because some of them have made clear they don't want us there, we're going to be keeping our distance. But that is today at 5 in Titusville at the church where Anna and her family attended.
All right, Fox 35's Marie Ettinger, we appreciate you continuing to look into this and joining us with an update here on Florida Live.
No problem, Garrett.
Meanwhile, Marie mentioned the court documents from the unrelated case, the civil case, the custody dispute following divorce proceedings, essentially. And that is where we got our first indications of any sort of suspect in this, the stepbrother, the 16-year-old. Earlier today, I talked with Lauren Cadillac. She's an attorney out of Texas. We've had her on our program several times over the past year and a half or so. And I talked with her earlier today, and the very first question that you're going to hear an answer to here is it odd to see a revelation about a suspect in a potential criminal case come from an unrelated civil case and a court filing for that? Here's what she said to give us a little bit of context about this ongoing investigation and how we might potentially learn some more details even as the FBI remains mum on this investigation.
Yeah, absolutely. And whoever the FBI agents are that are monitoring the YouTube and the news, they saw your report yesterday, just like I did, Garrett. And they saw that maybe they already knew, but I can guarantee you that team of investigators over at the FBI is mad. Okay, because this reveals, like I said, the FBI, they're airtight. They're not going to come to you until they say, this is our whole case, right? They're not going to give you pieces of their case. They're going to present you the entire case. And here we have pieces of the case coming out in this civil matter because it is a minor child and the family court has jurisdiction over him. Now, this wouldn't have happened if mom and dad were married, right? Like if there was no family court jurisdiction or if there hadn't even been a dispute, we wouldn't really see documents like this. So the FBI kind of just got not the greatest suspect, so to speak, because it's a child whose life is really not in their own hands. And so this type of thing could come out. I've never heard of anything like this happening before. I'm going to guess it has at one point in history. I mean, we've been a country for 250 years, but not ever in my conscious awareness of history has something like this happened. And quite frankly, it's unavoidable because he is a minor.
And so then what happens as that civil proceeding moves forward if the mother, like you said, can't necessarily invoke the Fifth Amendment right for her son and does have to testify? Could we hear some details of this potential criminal investigation come out in civil court?
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. That's why the best interest of the child has got to be the standard. Okay. Is it in the best interest of a child to have a parent who is intimately familiar with the events of a day that they've been charged with a possible crime to come have to speak about those in open court? I cannot imagine a judge in Florida or Texas who would say, oh yeah, that's absolutely in the best interest of the child, particularly when we know that this child is securely living with a family member that both parents have agreed to. So we know this child is in a safe environment, their health and safety is not at risk, but their freedom is. And so if the judge allowed mom and dad to get up there and talk, well, mom is probably the only one who knows about what happened on that cruise ship because she was on the cruise ship. And so if they allow her to reveal that information, those are court documents. Those are coming in the federal trial, if there ever is one, if he's ever indicted. So it could be so incredibly risky. And that is why mom is trying to stop it right now. She does not want to be put in a position where a judge either says, you tell me here in the civil courtroom or you go to jail. And if she says it in the civil courtroom, it might mean her son goes to jail. That is not a good position to be in as a parent. I wouldn't even know what I would do if I were in those shoes, but I know damn well I would not be testifying. So you might even see, if the judge tries to force her to testify, her just say no. And, maybe go to court for contempt or stay in jail for contempt for a little while, because that is a better alternative than going on a court record and giving details that could lead to your child's prosecution.
That was just a small part of my conversation with Lauren Cadillac. You can find that full thing right now on Fox Local, fox35orlando.com, and on the Fox 35 YouTube page. Pretty enlightening to hear her perspective on the investigation, a lot of facets of the investigation. We're going to take a quick break right now here on Florida Live, but we will be right back with more after this. So keep it here on Fox Local, YouTube, and Fox 35 TV. Live look right now, downtown Orlando on this Thursday afternoon. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. We've got you covered from the City Beautiful to the Bay Area. I want to get you now to the Fox 13 Tampa Bay newsroom and senior content producer Nancy Gay, who joins us live with our Tampa Connection, where we break down some of the big stories going on over there. Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. We're going to start today in Polk County, where a deputy-involved shooting is under investigation. Now, this happened yesterday afternoon in Lakeland. 41-year-old Kente Govin was shot and killed after deputies say he charged at them with a brick that he had used earlier to beat an elderly man. Now, around 3 o'clock yesterday, a 911 call came in about an elderly man who was being beat in the head with a brick. A woman, they say, actually shoved the suspect, who was later identified as Govin. She shoved him off of that elderly man, but investigators say Govan chased her into a shed, beat her up, and stole her cell phone when she said that she was going to call 911. Witnesses told deputies that Govan said several times that he was not going to go back to prison and that they would have to kill him. Now, one of the 3 deputies at the scene told Govan multiple times to put down that brick, but he refused, and they said that Govan started chasing them. That's when deputies tried to tase him, but it didn't work. So Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd said 2 deputies fired their guns 6 times at Govan, striking him. Those deputies then performed life-saving measures, and the suspect, he was taken to Lakeland Regional Health, where he later died from his injuries. Now, Sheriff Judd said 2 incredible witnesses helped investigators piece together what happened during this incident. One of those witnesses said they were on probation, and another said they were raised to resist law enforcement. However, Sheriff Judd said both of those witnesses agreed that the deputies had no choice and they acted professionally. Now, according to Sheriff Judd, they both said that the suspect was coming after deputies with a brick when shots were fired. Now, beyond serving time in prison, Judd said that Govan also has an extensive criminal history with multiple felony charges on his record. Govan has actually spent more than half of his life in the Florida prison system. He spent 16 years in prison for sexually battering a child before he was released on probation. Authorities said ultimately he went back to prison for 7 more years for failing to register. Judd said Govan had just been released recently from prison and was living in the community where the deputy-involved shooting happened. Residents called the home he lived in the child molester house. Garrett?
Oh, gosh. A lot of disturbing details out of that case, Nancy. Finally...
Yes, it's definitely.
Yeah. In our second story here, FDLE picking up its search for a missing mother who disappeared about 9 years ago.
Yes, and this story also happened in Polk County. Samantha Fiddler, she and her boyfriend, wrestler Teddy Hart, had moved to Florida from Canada about 8 months before she disappeared. She was hoping to pursue a career as a professional wrestler, but in November of 2016, she was arrested on a warrant for trespassing. Now, she was taken to the Polk County Jail, and she was released early in the morning alongside several other people, and she was never seen again. Fiddler's family was concerned about her lack of communication. She does have 3 children. So her family, they actually hired private investigators to try to find her. But a missing persons report was never actually filed until 2018. And that missing persons report was filed with the Bartow Police Department, and the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. They were asked to begin assisting in this investigation back in 2020. Now, Fiddler was known for her big personality and her ability to make friends easily. Her Facebook account, which was once active, has been silenced ever since her disappearance. Investigators have interviewed dozens of people, all of whom describe her as the life of the party with a bubbly and exuberant personality. But despite those extensive interviews, no person of interest has ever been named. Her boyfriend, again, that's wrestler Teddy Hart, told investigators he was in Dallas at the time of her disappearance, and he has never been considered a person of interest. The family and investigators believe that there are individuals who could help provide crucial information to help bring Samantha home. Now, her sister, April Fiddler, did express a lot of concern about her sister's whereabouts, and she also mentioned that Samantha Fiddler, she may also be known to her acquaintances as Lucy Morningstar, Samantha Steele, or Samantha Lloyd. Anybody with any information about her disappearance is asked to call the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. Garrett?
I certainly hope for some answers for her family after all these years. And finally, in our Tampa connection here today, if folks for some reason want to play in the snow, they're going to have a place to do that.
Yes, that's right. Snowcat Ridge is reopening tomorrow. That is up in Dade City, and it is Florida's only snow park. And it features a 60-foot tall, 400-foot long snow tubing hill that's known as the Snowy Slopes. And guests can ride a single, tandem, or even a 10-person tube. It also has a moving sidewalk that takes riders back up to the top for another run. Now, inside the Arctic Igloo, visitors can build snowmen, toss snowballs, and let younger children enjoy enjoy a separate bunny slope. The temperature inside does hover around 30 degrees, so warm clothes are recommended, especially if you're from Florida. Snowcat Ridge also features the Crystal Ribbon Ice Skating Trail, along with an alpine village offering food and drinks and holiday shopping. The village comes to life at night with a music and light show that can be seen throughout the park. The park opens, as I mentioned, tomorrow, that's Friday, and it will operate rain or shine throughout the holiday season. Hours do vary by day, but typically they're open from 10 a.m. until 10 p.m. Tickets are sold in advance for specific time slots with options for 2-hour or all-day access. In Snowcat Ridge, it is open through March. Garrett? Through the beginning of March, I should say.
All right. Well, it is much better to have snow like that than have it on the roads and all kind of a mess. So we'll take it.
Yeah, that's true. You definitely don't want it on the roads, but as somebody who has spent almost all of her life in Florida, it is definitely exciting to see snow.
All right. Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us with our Tampa Connection.
Thank you.
Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard joining me now with our Florida Live forecast, and thankfully no snow in the forecast.
I was going to say, if we were talking about snow, I would already be breaking out the heavy sweaters, the jeans, but right now, kind of just shorts and t-shirt weather for the next couple days.
Yeah, it's been really nice, and this is a pattern that's kind of going to hold for a little bit.
Yes, and of course, we're going to see pretty good travel conditions if you are traveling before Thanksgiving. I'm going to be traveling this weekend. If you are planning on traveling this weekend or early next week, it is going to be pretty good travel-wise, at least for the next couple of days. So the countdown is on. We are 1 week out from Thanksgiving, and lots of folks are really going to be hitting the roads, hitting the skies over the next couple days. So here's what we're looking at for your weekend ahead. Temperatures slowly going to continue to warm up. We have this huge ridge of high pressure over the region, and ultimately what this is going to do is create those beautiful sunny skies, low cloud cover, slowly turning our temperatures up a little bit more, but it also could create some patchy fog. So if you are planning on hitting the roads very early, especially higher up on the I-75 corridor, closer to Orlando, pretty much anywhere that's more than about 50 miles inland, may be seeing some patchy fog as we take a look Saturday, Sunday, and even into Monday and Tuesday mornings. So breaking down what we can see for travel conditions for the start of the work week, especially Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, things are looking great. So definitely if you're heading out of the airports in Tampa, in Orlando, things are going to be looking absolutely beautiful, and things should go off without a hitch. But something that we're going to be watching, especially towards the middle of the work week, Tuesday into Wednesday, if you're planning on visiting family anywhere across the Midwest, deep south, that we're going to be keeping an eye on a cold front that could bring us in a couple of scattered showers. That's really going to start to pick up the pace as we take a look at tomorrow. So taking a look, early Thanksgiving forecast. It's still a little bit of a ways out, so we're not really total slam dunk confident on what the forecast is going to be, just because of the timing of this cold front. So here's your forecast of what we're looking at right now and what models are suggesting. Temperatures in the low 80s, a mix of sun and clouds. Cold front going to either be making its way towards Florida or over Florida as we take a look ahead towards Thanksgiving on Thursday. We could be seeing a couple of scattered showers, but what most models are saying is that this frontal boundary really picking up the pace across the Midwest, across areas of the central part of the country, and then weakening as it makes its way into Florida is what we're kind of keeping an eye on right now for more of the timing and effects of what we could be seeing with this front.
All right, and there are some, you're looking at the models too and seeing kind of what is some of the fronts are going to bring to our area.
Yeah, so that's something that if you are planning especially on traveling on Thanksgiving or just after Thanksgiving, especially Tampa, Orlando Airport, there could be some scattered showers still there, but it probably will just be a little bit bumpy with that cooler air moving in turbulence-wise. If you're flying, driving, maybe seeing a couple patches of rain here and there. But leading into Thanksgiving, things are going to be looking great. Just after or on Thanksgiving is when we're going to be keeping an eye on the timing of where we could be seeing that cold front move in. But then that high pressure kind of takes over again, and it's going to be beautiful. So it's quite literally the day that we kind of don't want the front is when we could be expecting a couple of scattered showers to move in.
My wife and I are flying on Thanksgiving Day, so don't tell her that it might be a bumpy flight. We're gonna wait and we're gonna wait and see.
Yeah, things can still change, but that's what we're looking at right now. So heads up if you are. We're planning on maybe eating outside, eating out on the lanai. Things might be good for that, but it may just get a little bit chilly, especially later on Thanksgiving night.
All right, Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard, we appreciate you joining us with our Florida Live forecast.
Thanks, Garrett.
We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. Party line votes today in the House Select Committee on Property Taxes in Tallahassee as lawmakers met to discuss and debate 8 different proposals surrounding property taxes for the state of Florida. I want to give you a look because there are a wide range of those. Here's a look at all of them. Ranging from full elimination of property taxes immediately to a gradual phase out, some changes with the Save Our Homes benefits, homestead exemption increases, many of these proposals focusing specifically on the non-school property taxes for homesteads. So that is just kind of the baseline for this discussion. There was a hearing today that lasted more than 4 hours in Tallahassee as lawmakers took a look at each one of these proposals, heard some public comment on them as well. I want to play for you just a little bit of the debate and discussion over HJR 201. That is the full elimination of property taxes, the non-homestead or non-school homestead property taxes. You're going to hear from the sponsor of the bill, Kevin Steele, and also a couple of other lawmakers expressing their either support or concern for that and their reasoning for it. This is, again, is the one that would fully eliminate those property taxes starting next year. If were approved by the legislature, it would be put on the ballot and be up to the voters of Florida to decide what to do.
Let me address a couple of the questions, and I want to thank everybody for their comments. Hillsborough County raised their tax value $1 billion in the past 3 years. Hillsborough County, if cut 100%, which is my bill, they still would be a net positive of $179,232,000 based on state data. With that being said, there's a whole bunch of other stuff I wrote down about other comments, but you know, the dream of home ownership is what everybody wants. I've wanted it my entire life. I've had a home for 26 years because that was our mission, to own a home. If we don't do it now, when do we do it? If it's not us, then who is it? I think we need to start addressing things today, not tomorrow. And this is one step. Tomorrow we're going to fix the insurance crisis that we have in the state. You can't do everything all at once. You have to focus on the most important items. And this is one of the largest items that I have in my county. And I've done the study. I've gone out and actually spoke to Democrats and Republicans, but they were all homeowners. And they all have the same concerns, that they don't own their home. They rent it. And that is unimaginable in my mind. And it is true. You never own your home right now. You rent it. If you don't pay your property taxes, it's taken away from you. So I would also venture to say that we all should probably go out there and read the book, Who Moved My Cheese? Because change happens. And it's going to continue to change. And if we don't keep up with the change, we're going to continue to have questions about what we will do in the future. So with that, I ask for your favorable support for the bill, and sorry for the starting of my bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I saved it for this last one, waiting to see that we would have time. But I want to commend, first of all, our leadership for embracing this and tackling this issue. This is the most important thing that I'm getting from my constituents. And I'm getting a jump ball response. There are some that are for it, some that are against it. The biggest response is the concern, how will we replace the revenues for our local services that we enjoy? The bottom line is we are not given a one-size-fits-all solution. This committee has brought forth a buffet rather than a single burger, literally to bring it to our voters to let them decide. Again, I've heard a lot of the numbers today, from millions to billions of dollars that will be gone when we remove this. It doesn't disappear. This money doesn't disappear. Where does it go? Back into the pockets of our taxpayers. What does that do? It generates jobs. It's spent in our stores. There's many things. This is a philosophical debate at this point. But the bottom line is, if money stops flowing, money stops growing. This is putting money back to our taxpayers. There are certain non-negotiables that we have been tasked with as lawmakers. Our state has decided, our people have decided they want schools funded. That's in our Constitution. This is another opportunity for us to give it back to the voters to let us know what their non-negotiable is when it comes to property taxes. As I talked to the different municipalities, not a single one within my district said they were against this. Their concern was, how do we replace the lost funding? And again, we're in the process of this. We will continue to deal with that, the implementation of these things. But everyone that I've talked to is agreeable to go forward with these, but have the important discussions that we have. I've heard a lot put forth today about we should be focusing on property insurance. We have focused on that and will continue to. We can focus on more than one thing. And I actually read an article from the Wall Street Journal literally last week, I believe it was on the 12th, that came out to show that property taxes and auto insurance are coming down. Auto insurance in the state of Florida is coming down between 6.5% to 10%. And there are insurers actually giving rebates back. We are seeing the same thing with our property insurance. And so if you haven't shopped, I encourage you to do that, because it has come down significantly in some cases. Again, we don't have to limit our approach. This is giving the opportunity for having our taxpayers to have multiple ways to look at how do we want to address this, that my constituents are saying they want us to address this. So our job is to let the people decide and then get to work to figure out how to implement that. And I thank you, leadership, for pursuing this bill.
Thank you, Representative Banks. And Representative Gottlieb in debate.
Thank you, Chair. I do want to thank the Chair for the robust debate that we've been able to have, because this is obviously
These are serious issues to all of us in the room, to all of us in the state of Florida. But I want to reiterate, this committee kind of felt like the way we used to do appropriations. We should have just lumped all the bills together and voted once on everything, because it's been, party lines the whole way. And what I see here is all of us care about the state of Florida. But there's more than one way to go about it. And what I want to reiterate is that, my party voted no on these bills today. That doesn't mean that we don't care about our constituents. That doesn't mean that we don't care about affordability, because we do. And what we see and what we understand is that, and I said this before, it's the one percenters. The one percenters are the people that have homestead. The one percenters in the United States are people that have more than $500,000 in the bank. That is not the majority of Floridians. We also heard that our constituents really care and really support this. That wasn't proven today in the committee when you had two individuals who are lay people not involved in the process coming up and speaking in favor of the bills. Now, maybe everybody else is hard at work at home and simply sending in emails, but I don't think that to be the case. Also, we've put measures on the ballot before and asked for the Florida voters to vote, and we've seen what happens when we have a governor who gets involved in that process. And I think I'm very concerned about that moving forward, and we probably all should be. We have a governor who proposed these same ideas, but really then did nothing about trying to implement them. And I recognize that that's something that we are trying to do here. Concerned about the South Florida Water Management District. The South Florida Water Management District operates for 16 different counties in South Florida. And I'm concerned about how that's going to be funded. And the concern there is, if we don't fund the South Florida Water Management District and a hurricane comes in, and we're not able to move water in the ways that we need to mitigate, we're actually going to cause bigger problems by not providing this funding. And that's what I've said when I talked about infrastructure. We also talk about libraries. Not everybody has access to a computer. There are people that still utilize our libraries. There's places that the elderly population goes to on a daily basis to meet and for social reasons. There also, in many instances, are polling places. If they no longer exist and they're shut down, I know in my county they're necessary. So, I just don't know what to say. I think there is more that we can do in the state of Florida to ensure that our housing affordability crisis is solved, and that while this looks like it is something that we're doing, when you peel back the layers of the onion, it's really not the case. And so, I just think it's important for all. I don't want to go over everything that's been said here today, but as the ranking member in this committee, for my members that have voted no and talked no, I just want the public to know and understand that we stand with you and we stand for you. And that's what our no vote signifies.
So that was just some of the debate in the 4+ hours of that committee meeting earlier today. One quick note I do want to update you on the 3 o'clock news conference regarding the lawsuit being filed by Ethan Pritchard. We have been told that has been canceled. So we will no longer be live streaming that at 3 o'clock on Fox Local. But since I teased ahead to that to let you know about it, did want to let you know that is no longer happening. But we're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back. Live look right now at downtown Orlando on this Thursday afternoon. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. A couple of folks from Central Florida, some elected lawmakers from right here in the Orlando area, are getting national attention, and a spotlight in a national piece from New York Magazine identifying two of our local leaders as potential leaders of the next chapter, the next generation of the National Democratic Party. Joining me live now to talk about this piece is Kaylee Rogers, who is a reporter with New York Magazine, joining us live now via Zoom. And Kaylee, appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live this afternoon.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
So let's first start off by talking about this piece. I know you picked out 25 up-and-coming young Democrats from across the country. If you could just talk to us about how this process worked, you know, how you identified these 25 people.
Yeah, I mean, we started with a much larger list that we had to kind of cull down. We spoke to a lot of Democratic insiders, people within the party, and tried to find out who they are identifying as interesting young Democrats, people who are doing something different or have an interesting background. Maybe they represent an area that Democrats traditionally don't do as well in. And so there was a lot of different factors that went into it. We just kind of tried to talk to a lot of people and figure out who would be the most interesting and have the most dynamic group available.
And you picked two out of right out of our area here, Anna Eskamani, a state representative and Orlando mayor candidate as well, and then Congressman Maxwell Frost. So if you could talk about kind of how you settled on those two from the Orlando area.
Yeah, I mean, Eskamani is interesting not only in her current position, but in this mayoral race for Orlando. That's obviously going to be an important job, and it's one where whoever wins is going to have to work closely not only with corporations and businesses in the area, but also with fellow Republicans. And then same with Frost. You know, he's the youngest member of Congress, so that alone made him stand out. But also, he's been doing some really interesting stuff since he's been elected. I think a lot of people, especially he came up, you know, he made a name as an activist. So I think people maybe think, oh, he's all talk or he's just there for show, but he's been really active already during his time in Congress. And so that stood out to us and was highlighted by some of the insiders as a reason to pay attention to him.
Interesting, Kaylee, that you have a couple from our area in a state that is increasingly red and Republican. Mm-hmm. And yet you've highlighted a couple of Democrats as, you know, up and coming potential leaders for the National Democratic Party.
Yeah, I think it's really important not to overlook, you know, it's really easy to divide into red state, blue state, but there are politicians and voters, of course, of all stripes in every state. And so it's important to see who's the movers and shakers in those areas. I think that both of these politicians' experience working in red states is part of their appeal and part of what's interesting about them. Eskamani spoke to me specifically about that, about how if you're a Democrat in the Florida state legislature, you better know how to work with Republicans or you're not going to get anything done. And that's something that, you know, she would hope to be able to bring if she was able to win the mayoral race as well. I think that kind of experience is really important and maybe not what you would necessarily expect when you're thinking young Democrats. You're thinking very progressive. You're thinking, you know, they're just going to be super lefty and not find any kind of common ground. And that's not always the case.
I want to ask you about Maxwell Frost and, you know, being one of the youngest Democrats in Congress right now. And if that kind of plays into potentially being part of the next generation and part of his potential appeal for the National Democratic Party.
Yeah, definitely. I think one of the strengths that a lot of these younger Democrats and younger Republicans, younger politicians in general have are the fact that they're digital natives, and it's really easy for them to communicate online in a way that feels really authentic. You know, they're not going through 6 layers of comms people before they make a post. They're doing live. You know, he goes on Twitch, he goes and he posts memes to get information out to his constituents in a way that feels really natural and normal because he's grown up with that. That's all he's kind of ever known. And so that's one of the interesting things that stood out when talking to a lot of these individuals.
You also, I want to ask you about State Representative Anna Eskamani, because you had the chance to speak with her as well for this piece. And what were some of your biggest takeaways from your conversation with her?
Yeah, I mean, she was really candid with me, honestly, and I wish I could have included more. You know, it's a magazine, there's only so much space, so we could only include so much. But she was talking about how she was sort of surprised at how deeply intertwined business and politics are. You know, she talked about going to a meeting that was organized by the Democratic Party with lobbyists, like within her first week, and them handing out checks that she didn't even solicit. And she was sort of like surprised by this, and then ended up voting in a way that those lobbyists didn't actually like, and getting angry texts from them. So it was sort of this learning process. And she said she's really started to realize that it doesn't have to be all or nothing. You know, there are businesses in her district that she has to pay attention to and work with, and she feels like there can be a healthy relationship without allowing, you know, money to dictate all of her politics, which is something she's avoided doing. So, you know, she's been really open about her learning process. I mentioned this in the piece, I believe, that you know, she turned that invitation to meet with Associated Industries within the first couple months of her term, and it was this big kerfuffle that she was really surprised that it was such a dramatic response to that. But this is just some of the learning process she's had as a young member.
Any other standouts from the piece that you'd like folks here to know about? Some of the other names that kind of stand out to you?
I think the most interesting thing, and that was really fun about it, is we have these sort of blind quotes from the insiders. So people were a lot more open and honest when they knew that they could speak freely about what they thought about folks. So there's good and bad in there. There's criticisms and praise, and it's fun to see what the powers that be think about the next generation.
All right, interesting stuff to read about. Kaylee Rogers, a freelance journalist and reporting for New York Magazine with this piece. And we appreciate your insight and sharing your reporting with us. And thanks for joining us here on Florida Live today.
Thanks for having me.
We're going to take a quick break right now on Florida Live, but we'll be right back after this. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35. From talking about the Democratic leaders to now talking about a couple of Florida's Republican members of Congress. Congresswoman Kat Cammack spoke on the House floor just a few minutes ago, and here is what she had to say.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to Chairman Guthrie. Today I rise in support of the Unlocking Domestic LNG Potential Act. In 2024, America exported nearly 12 billion cubic feet of LNG every single day. Now, that is enough LNG to power almost 48 million homes in a single day, And what we're now faced with is making a realization of President Trump's vision of American energy dominance real. LNG has a huge part to play in this vision, but we are fighting with one hand tied behind our back. American oil and gas producers are restrained by bureaucratic red tape and the lingering rules and regulations of the Biden administration. The Unlocking Our Domestic LNG Potential Act stands as a pivotal piece of legislation poised to bolster United States energy security, foster economic growth, and promote environmental sustainability. At its very core, the bill aims to streamline the regulatory process surrounding the exportation of LNG, thereby unleashing the full potential of America's abundant natural resources. Now, in north central Florida, not many people know this, but we are home to one of the largest bunkering LNG hubs in North America. This is critical to our domestic economy as well as our national security. First and foremost, the reason why this bill is so important is it addresses the Biden administration's extreme LNG permit ban. By facilitating the exportation of LNG, we reduce our reliance on foreign energy sources, mitigating the geopolitical risks, and we, of course, enhance our national security in the process. Expanding LNG capabilities, export capabilities, it means that this is job creation. It stimulates investment in our energy infrastructure and fosters innovation across the related industries. Increased LNG exports translate into expanded markets, bolstering domestic production, and will do more in the next 50 years than we can imagine. As I mentioned, the state of Florida is a dominant player in this role, and we need to make sure that we are doing everything we can to make sure that the unelected bureaucrats are not hindering growth. I encourage all my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield.
I reserve.
That was Kat Cammack, a Republican congresswoman from Florida. She's a member of the Energy and Commerce Committee. And as you heard there, she was talking about her support for this bill regarding LNG, which is liquefied natural gas, and talking about the reserves in Florida as well. I also want to bring your attention to Congresswoman Laurel Lee, a Republican from Florida's 15th district, who spoke yesterday in a House hearing on the Stock Act, which is legislation looking at banning Congress members from trading individual stocks. Here is some of what she had to say during that hearing on the bill.
As elected representatives, we have a duty to serve our constituents, and doing so effectively requires strong public trust and confidence that members of Congress are working to serve the American people, not our individual personal gains. And as you all have described here this morning, over the years there has been an increased and warranted scrutiny over the stock trading practices of members, which has raised questions on whether our existing regulatory structure is adequate. Mr. Copeland, I would like to focus on a couple of the areas that you mentioned in your testimony. I think there's broad consensus that we need to seriously consider outright prohibition on members of Congress owning, trading individual securities. But one of the things that you mentioned is that if we are to adopt new conflict of interest prohibitions that require members to divest individual securities, that we ought to consider the tax treatment of that required divestment. Would you elaborate for us on what you are describing there and why it is important?
Yes, and there are already provisions, conflict of interest type divestment provisions that exist in law in other situations. So it wouldn't be reinventing the wheel, but anyone who's invested in markets, including mutual funds or anything else, you get an accrued capital gain So if you've held an asset for decades, you're going to have a large capital gain. And so if you had a rule that forced divestment of your securities and rolling an individual stock into a diversified mutual fund or what have you, you would have a large tax consequence, which in many cases could dwarf your congressional salary or other things, depending on what sort of individual you are. So I don't think it's reasonable to require divestment without not requiring that massive tax hit to serve into Congress. And so what this would do is it would roll that gain over. It's like it wouldn't be like a capital gain step up like in an estate. You would roll that over into the new security that you purchased, and assuming you purchased equal for equal, that would reduce the basis in the new security you purchased, so that whenever that was disposed of, the gain would accrue. So is it a perfect solution? No, but it's a reasonable one.
And one of the reasons, of course, members are very differently situated, but in the instance where somebody perhaps owned individual securities prior to becoming a candidate or being elected, that would provide a divestment opportunity for that person who owns securities independent of any experience or knowledge they might have in Congress. But you touched on something else that is important, that is really the distinction between different types of assets. And if you would you describe for us the differences you see in, for example, a member of Congress owning individual securities as opposed to being invested in a mutual fund, and why that is something that is substantially different in terms of insider knowledge?
Yeah, well, if you're investing in a diversified mutual fund, there's essentially no risk, depending on what the fund is or how it's structured. So if you're, for instance, in a S&P 500 passive index fund tracking the stock market, then, the only risk there is, well, whatever decision you make might make the stock market go up, but that's generally not the sort of risk people are worried about any more than when people were worried about, Ross Perot running for president. He had a lot of federal government bonds. Well, if he actually got rid of the deficit, the value of those bonds would go up. But that people aren't worried about that sort of thing, right? So that's very different than you own stock in a particular company, and so there's going to be greater scrutiny. And you could have mutual funds that are very targeted or industry specific. And if you're on a committee that oversees an area where that would have an impact, that also could be something you'd have to worry about a little bit. But the broader the index, the more diversified it is, the less you'd have to worry about any sort of appearance of impropriety at all.
That was part of the conversation during that hearing on the Stock Act. There's been a lot of talk about that. That is certainly legislation to watch on Capitol Hill. Well, we appreciate you joining us here today on Florida Live and on Fox 35 News Plus. Before that, 4 hours that we've been live streaming here on Fox Local, and we appreciate you joining us here. We're 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. on Fox Local every weekday. Thanks for joining us here today as we wrap up our time together. Let me give you a live look right now at Daytona Beach from our Hard Rock Hotel camera. Looks like a postcard right now. Have a great afternoon, and we will see you soon.
Hello, everybody. Meteorologist Noah Bergen here. Hope you're doing good out there for today. We have a lot to discuss tonight on the Weather Department. Thank you for joining us here on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook. Hope you're doing good. Wanted to start you quickly with the exclusive 7-day forecast, the latest thinking here, and it does look really good. I mean, we're not talking about really anything of consequence until maybe Black Friday of next week. Really, in the grand scheme of things, look very, very nice. So we're on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook today. Let me know where you're watching from on Facebook and YouTube. Really appreciate all of you watching, again, on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook. If you have a comment about Thanksgiving, I would love to hear about it. What are you doing for Thanksgiving? I'm actually going to be here at Thanksgiving. I'm going to try to sneak home quick for a stag party on next weekend, but Thanksgiving, very excited. We have a great group of people here at Fox 35. Well, I think me and Manny are your Thanksgiving evening crew. You'll have to watch for us on the air in the evening on Thanksgiving. But things look really, really nice, over the next week. Now, it is going to get cooler here by, I think, after Black Friday weekend, but it doesn't really look, that major. There's been a lot made online about cold this and cold that in Florida, but it doesn't really look all that significant here over the next couple of days. So let me get you back here. Sorry about that. Let me get you back here to the let me get you back here with the audio. So we've got much to discuss. So we've got much to discuss here. Sorry about that. I was just having an issue with our audio today. I appreciate all of you watching on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook. So let's get you outside. Let's talk about the weather outside right now. Let's get you out there. So here we go. Here's the radar right now, 306. Things are dry. The drought continues to expand. So every Thursday, we get an update on the drought monitor. And Thursdays, we'll see how the rain anomaly is trending in Florida, and we got an update on that today. Let me show that to you right now, which drought has expanded. So everywhere in yellow, things are starting to get dry. In the second stage of tan here, things are moderately dry. This is severe, this is extreme, and this is exceptional drought up here. But notice for our area, Leesburg area, the villages, Ocala, is now dry. Once you get up towards Gainesville, it gets closer to severe drought. Then once you get up into the Panhandle, it's exceptional drought. Really remarkable stuff. Exceptional drought, which is actually very rare this early in the year. I mean, you really never see it that this early in the year. In fact, for a lot of places of Florida, this is the earliest we've been in this coverage of drought in many years. Normally we don't see this until maybe like later winter, and mainly in spring is when we would be in drought in Florida. So this is a growing thing. Now the only part of the state that's really not in drought is, oddly enough, Orlando and the Space Coast, and that's largely weighted because of the flash flood event 2 weeks ago. But this drought is expanding east, and over the next couple of weeks, I fully expect all of the state is going to be in some form of drought. So here's the rain as a percent of normal, and notice clearly most of the state is way below average. This is the past 30 days. You see here in Tampa, 7% of the normal rain, 10 in the Panhandle, come down here, 8%. But you've got these two little blobs here near Eustis and then Titusville that are sticking out like a sore thumb, and it's those areas that are, it's crazy the spread. You've got like a 300+% spread between Eustis and the rest of the state. Just goes to show you how extreme that flood event was. Other than literally those two areas here and here, the rest of the state is very dry. Now here it is over the past year. So this does include back to last November. And it's about maybe 20% below average everywhere outside of, let's say, so everywhere, this is since November 20th of 2024, everywhere outside of Volusia, Orange, Osceola, Brevard County, and a little bit of Charlotte County, inland Charlotte County down here by Fort Myers. Most of the state is below average for the past year, and this would go back, if you think back to last year, this would be after Milton and Helene went across the state. We talked about this last winter, and I remember the storm team, and I think I made this graphic in the spring, we showed it. After a lot of the big clouds are up over here, up in the mid-south, the Tennessee Valley. Other than that, there's really not a lot going on. It's just sunny right now in Florida with very few clouds. Now, in the water vapor, you can see very dry air over Florida and the Gulf. You see the very, very dry air here. Then all the moisture up in here from like Texas into Missouri and Illinois. So across the country, we do actually have some pretty significant weather going on today. Let me show you this in the national view. So if you look, we've got a lot of rain today in Texas and some severe weather. This was forecast. You see the thunderstorm severe outlook today, and then it's not in effect tomorrow yet, but there it is today. You see there is a chance of severe storms in green, but what is ongoing now is a rare flash flood emergency. Sadly, again, for parts of Texas, which let me zoom you in here. This is west of Waco in Austin. So that blue polygon, this is what we just had in Eustis and Mount Dora a few weeks ago. So here's the I-35 corridor over here, Waco down to Austin. Here's San Angelo, Midland, Texas, back over here, Kerrville right here. If you look right here, see that flashing blue polygon? That is a flash flood emergency that goes till 5:30 Eastern time for Menard County, Texas. And the reason why is because they've had a ton of rain in the past 6 hours. Let me turn off these warnings because there admittedly is a lot. Let me just turn off the regular flash flood warnings. So here's that emergency, and this again is Menard County, Texas, where they've had 5 to 7 inches of rain in like 4 to 5 hours, which for that area is a lot. And they don't issue flash flood emergencies, unless they really, really have a credible, considerable threat to life and property, which sadly does appear to be the case right now. Hence the flash flood emergency for Menard County, Texas. And you can see the flash flood warnings. Let me clear that off. The flash flood warnings do go from like the tip of Mexico all the way up almost to Dallas. So there's a huge area here of storms. Now, none of this is going to make it to Florida, but you can see a big area of storms rolling east towards San Antonio, almost to the Dallas area, and we'll watch some of those today for some severe potential. Then there is a couple of severe storms back over here towards Lubbock. You see a severe storm there. It's in Hockley County, Texas, till 3:30. That'd be Eastern time, converted into 3:30 Eastern time. But back to the west, another system coming into California. This one, in part, will be what helps to give us some showers for Thanksgiving. You see there's a dip in the jet stream here, then everything going like this. So coming down, up, and like that, down, up like that. That's kind of the steering flow right now across the country. And you've got a big trough here and a big ridge over here. That's kind of what's steering everything around the country. So let's talk about Thanksgiving. Because Thanksgiving is going to be interesting. There's been a lot made online by, if you follow some national weather sources or meteorologists, about Arctic cold and this, that, and the other. I honestly think, we talked about this yesterday, Thanksgiving looks good here. Maybe just a few showers late in the day or Black Friday, but in terms of any Arctic cold, I don't see it for at least Black Friday, maybe into the first week of December. But so here's what we're tracking. Now, this is the model comparison. GFS is mid-80s, warm and very dry, and that's where we're leaning right now for the Thanksgiving holiday. It's very warm, very dry. The Euro model takes in a cold front across Florida, which would be some more showers and storms. Temperatures near 80. Yesterday, that looked a little bit more feasible. Today, it seems like that's a lot lower of a chance. So the good news is that if you have fam coming into Orlando for Thanksgiving, definitely the GFS scenario of drier, sunnier, maybe a sprinkle is a lot more likely. I think if we do get showers around the holiday, it's going to be overnight Thursday next week into Black Friday morning or midday. And even that does not look like that much as of right now. So that would be the early call for Thanksgiving. And here is the simplified version of the forecast, which you can notice right now. It is about a week away, so this is going to be subject to change. But somewhere in the low to mid 80s with the blend of clouds and sun, we'll carry a small chance of a shower in there right now. But again, in terms of anything major rain, major cold, major storms, does not look like that's going to be in the cards for right now. So that is good news. If you have a question on Facebook or YouTube, please, we would love to hear from you. And it's ironic that somebody just put a comment in because a lot of talk, maybe you've heard in the local news lane. I don't know if you watch up I assume that's the Boston market?
Yes.
A lot of talk up there about an active December for snow and cold, so it'll be interesting for you up there how that plays out. So it'll be interesting to see. Let's see. Hello, Clayton Hill on YouTube. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, William. We got a comment here on Facebook. Let me plug this one in. Things are very nice, and they're going to be nice for Thanksgiving, as you can see the dancing turkey on the graphic. It's the good news for Thanksgiving is it does not look overly rainy. It does not look overly wet as of right now, so that's some good news. Now let's do across the country. So here is the blend of the models. We call this the NBM. The inside baseball just means the national blend of the models. In other words, it's probably the most accurate way of showing temperatures as a forecast, is it's a blend of every single model we have. And you can see the highs for Thanksgiving. If you're going to be up north, probably about 40 in Chicago. Obviously here in Florida, we've got a large amount of people that are from all over the country. So if you're going north, maybe about 40 or so. If you're going to northern Illinois, Chicagoland, low 30s in Minneapolis. If you're going to New England, maybe in the mid 50s in Boston with a cold front coming on Black Friday. 42 on Buffalo, 60 in Dallas, and then you see some of the 80s here in Orlando. But let me turn off those pixel queries and let's extend this into Black Friday weekend. And I'll do this by hand with you here. There we go. Let me put some of these back in here. So let's show you the temperatures into next weekend across the country. I'll add a few numbers on here for you. So there we go. Even feeling like the 40s in Dallas. So there will be a cold front next weekend, but it's not like earth-shattering headline making. I think if there is going to be one like that, it's going to wait until probably into December at this point right now. So if you're traveling north, it's going to get colder, definitely, even for those locations, but nothing earth-shattering is how I would frame it as of right now. Now, next weekend, if you are a football fan, like I am, I should point out, here's Saturday at noon of next week, which is rivalry weekend. I can't speak today. And in Michigan, you have Ohio State at Michigan here on Fox next Saturday, and a 20-degree temp with a strong wind. So that will be a weather game. Often, it is the most watched game of the entire college football fall, which you'll see it right here on Fox 35 after TJ and Hannah do the news and weather on Saturday morning. And that will be a weather game because of this cold front. 20 with wind. So if you are a football fan, that's of note. A couple games in Florida, the Iron Bowl in Alabama. The point is, it's going to get, the weather will be definitely in the headlines, but not like extreme heading in the next weekend. So again, here on Thanksgiving, it doesn't look that bad. Somewhere in the 80s, low to mid 80s, blend of cloud and sun. We'll be watching a front coming down from the north. It's unclear if we'll have a lot of showers, probably just a few, I would say late in the day, heading into Black Friday morning as of right now. So it's 3:23. Let me know if you have a question, a comment, or a concern. The other thing we were tracking earlier, if you missed the beginning of the stream, is a flash flood emergency in Texas. Sad, another extreme flood event ongoing in Texas. This is the same level of alert, remember, we had in Eustis a few weeks ago. You see that there, this is between Austin and San Angelo in west central Texas. Flash flood, very rare flash flood emergency right there in the kind of tealish color there on the warnings. So that is probably the headline making weather of the day right now. That's for Menard County, Texas, until 5:30 Eastern time, which 4:30 Central time in Texas. But again, none of that weather is going to be making it here to Florida. Over the next few days, we do have John Brown out in Mount Dora, the Light Up Mount Dora Saturday night. Weather's great for that or anything else. Time of the year, you've got the Jollywood Nights. I have not been to yet, but Laurel and TJ did that earlier this week. Weather's great for that. The Very Merry Christmas Party at Disney. I'll be doing that in a few weeks, actually. Weather's good for that. It's not even going to be that cold this weekend, so that's nice. But yeah, if you're here visiting or you're coming to Florida, this probably was and is the nicest week of the entire fall. I know that might sound like a big statement, but it is. I think this is the first week where there's been no rain in fall. There's no clouds. There's no wind. It's not cold. It's not hot. It really is the probably best week of the fall overall, and this probably is the best weekend. So if you're here visiting or you're coming to Disney, the theme parks for the weekend, you picked a winner. And you see lows tonight, maybe about 60 on average, so nothing too terribly bad. And then highs tomorrow will still trend a little bit milder, somewhere in the 83-4 range inland, and then about 80 at the East Coast beaches, so very nice for that. All right, if you have a comment, question, Facebook or YouTube, please put it in. Love to hear from you here. We got a few minutes left. Happy Thanksgiving to you, too. Hello to all your family in Florida. Carmen says happy Thanksgiving from Orlando. Happy Thanksgiving to you, too. You're going to take a ride to the beach this weekend and drink a lemonade. Probably not a lemonade.